for March 25th, 2021. For all staff that wish to speak at today's hearing, will you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear and/or affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings? Thank you. For the record, all city staff has been sworn in. Our first case is on page 24. Inspector Luke Boudrum. For case number CE 17051808, case address 1500 Southwest 17th Street, owner Pier 17-1 Investments 2014 LLC. This case was first heard on 5/16/2019 to comply by 11/21/19. There are several suspensions notated on the agenda. One section complied at $100 per day. $5,300 is accrued and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, all. Inspector Luke Boudrum with the city. Case and address
One
is
second,
read.
Luke.
Oh,
Mr.
sorry.
Cooper, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Luke, you may proceed.
Inspector Luke Boudrum for the city. Case and address is read. On May 22nd, 2017, the property was found in violation of section 47-19.3 F4. The seawall at this location was in disrepair. The case first came before special magistrate on May 16th, 2019, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. On December 11th, 2020, the violation came into compliance, but as of this date, the fines have not been paid. The city is requesting the imposition of fines in the amount of $5,300.
All right. On behalf of the owner, sir, if you'll please state your name.
Yes, sir. My name is Colby Cooper on behalf of the ownership of SHM South Fork LLC.
All right. Would you like to respond to what the inspector said?
I would, Your Honor. Your Honor, SHM South Fork purchased the property in October of 2019, and 3 months after acquiring this property, we commenced construction, and as the inspector noted, in December, we completed the full repair of the seawall. Therefore, Your Honor, in consideration of the full repair, we'd like to request that the fine be reduced to administrative costs only.
Well, you were out of compliance 53 days. This goes back to 2019. Came into compliance December 11th, 2020. Anything further from the city?
The city has no objections to administrative costs.
All right. And the
amount of admin costs would be $663.
I'm sorry, say again.
The total amount of administrative costs would be $663.
$663. Okay, I'm going to impose administrative costs, $663. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next two cases are on page 26. Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne. Case number CE 1806183, case address 801 North Federal Highway, owner Amiyu Investments LLC. This case was first heard on 3/20/19 to comply by 9/9/19. There are several suspensions notated on the agenda. Two sections not, the case has been complied. The case is in full compliance and the city is requesting the full amount of $9,500. Also on page 26. For case number CE 180611990, case address 801 North Federal Highway number 2, owner Amiyu Investments LLC. This case was first heard on 3/21/19 to comply by 9/9/19. There are 3 suspensions noted on the agenda. This case is in compliance. $18,900 $19,000 has accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. And I would like to amend this statement on the record for case number CE 180611183. The amount of accrual is also $19,000.
Good morning, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne.
Morning, Mr.
Do we have a respondent?
Good morning. Please raise your right hand.
Good morning.
Good morning. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Does the respondent have anything to say, or would you like me to repeat on, Your Honor, what we're asking?
Yes, Mr. Champagne, if you'd proceed.
Okay, Your Honor, yeah, there was two violations that were remaining, 472111A and 472020H. This property is it's two folio numbers, but it's one property that also with the parking lot, but it was broken down into two separate cases because there's two separate folio numbers. The remaining two violations on both of the cases we'll be hearing was for 472111A. The landscaping does not present a neat and well-kept appearance, and 472020H. The parking facility is not being kept in good operating condition on this RAC UV Urban Village zoning property. These are cracks, potholes, and asphalt on the top. It is raised, loose and missing in some areas. Wheel stops are missing, loose or broken. The surface markings are faded or missing. What happened, Your Honor, on this, we're going to comply this as of 1/18/21. That's when they did some seal coating and striping of the property. So both of those violations we complied on 1/18/21. Okay, and that'll be going for both properties. And the fines on that would have come to $19,000, $9,500 for 100 days on both, which was $19,000. And we're asking to reduce that fine to another $9,500 total on each case. So again, it would have came 100 days at the $100 each, which came to $19,500. $19,000. So we're going to take that and half of that on each one to $9,500.
All right. Okay. And we're on case ending in 1183, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Would the owner like to respond?
Sure. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to respond. I would like to, we agree to that. What would be the total for each, total for both? Because there are two folios.
There was two folios, Your Honor. In the next one, we'll be reading them exactly the same violations, same everything. Each one would end up with your approval, $9,500 on each particular one for $19,000 total.
Okay. All right. I understand. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
We wanted to request a stop of fine, but we're a bit confused. Does that include the administrative costs and the fine as well?
No, it would just be the fine, no administrative fees on top of that.
No administrative fees on top of that. Okay. That's what do we do? What is your question?
Well, anything you'd like to tell me?
Well, sure. Yeah, you know, this property is located on 8th and Federal, and there's a lot of construction going on, and it's been a very challenging property. As I'm seeing the pictures here posted on 3/19/2021, I see wheel stoppers that have been broken, and we already 2 months when we fixed them. I think in December, the construction workers next to our property are always using our parking lot, and it's I guess they broke that. What we wanted to add is this property has, we've tried to put a lot of effort into it, trying to renovate it. We've been misled numbers of times by contractors and also, I guess, the negligence on their side. We came to the conclusion that it would be in the best interest for us and the city to fully demolish the property, register the property as a vacant lot, and do down the road a much better development for the property. And if we were to do that, would it be possible to reduce the fines, because that's like more cost for us down the road and I think it would benefit the city to if we demolish the place, and we already taken the steps. We are in the process of almost signing up for a contract with a demolition company to do so. I wanted to take the opportunity during this hearing to let you know this. So we wanted to know if we could maybe reduce the fines even further if we demolish fully the property within a set amount of days.
Okay. As to the next case, ending in 1190, we essentially talking about the exact same situation.
Exactly, Your Honor. Exactly. So it would be, again, because as the gentleman the respondent has said, they've talked to the city about now demolishing the property. So that's why we're working with them now and reducing it to $9,500, because the original fine would have been $32,400 on each one. And this case, I don't want to hear the whole case, but this case went all the way back to 6/13 of 2018. So, you know, it's been quite a while.
Total of 9,500 on each case.
In each case. And if you want, Your Honor, I can read in the second one if you'd like, but it'll be 95 on each case.
All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Anything further from the owner?
Well, we try to do the best. We want to comply with it's just been very challenging, and I think if we demolish the place, it would substantially reduce the nuisance in the area. The place is vacant. It's not going to, if it's fenced and with sod, it's not going to be squatted by. It's not going to be damaged. There's not going to be graffitis. There's not going to be any people using the parking lot, making the construction. Trucks damaging the wheel stoppers and the parking. I think it would solve a lot of issue and from a visual standpoint, and it could also benefit the city. And down the road, it would be obviously subject for redevelopment with brand new construction that would be a much better fit for the area than the current structure.
Thank you, sir. Considering all the factors, I think that the city's recommendation is reasonable. I'm going to impose a fine of 9,500 total on each case.
Yep.
Okay.
Your Honor, the second case, would you like me to read it in, or are you okay?
Um,
Do you want to
I
read it?
read the case in, Lenny.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Lenny.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 1. Senior Inspector Linda Holloway. For case number CE 21010072, case address 700 Northwest 21st Terrace, owner FPT Fort Lauderdale LLC. Property posted 3/6/21, posted at City Hall 3/11/21.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Linda Holloway presenting case CE 21010072. Property address 700 Northwest 21 Terrace.
Linda, I'm sorry. Ms. Hope, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Linda.
Sorry. Good morning again. Inspector Linda Holloway presenting case number CE 21010072, property address 700 Northwest 21st Terrace. The property was inspected on January 9th, 2021, and the following violation was observed. 47-19.9.A.2. There is outdoor storage of scrap metal material that exceeds the height of the wall at this location. This is a repeat violation as per case CE 15082378, where at the January 21, 2016 Special Magistrate hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn found that a violation did exist, ordered 77 days to comply, and a fine of $150 per day per violation thereafter. An inspection report was posted on the property, and a copy of that inspection report was mailed to the owner of on BCPA. Supervisor Davila and myself met with the manager, Don Edwards, on January 15 to discuss the violation and corrective actions. The violation was complied on January 25th, 2021. Due to the repeat nature of this violation, the city is requesting a fine of $800 be imposed for 16 days of non-compliance at $50 per day. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so it's now in compliance.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, on behalf of the owner.
Good morning. My name is Hope Calhoun. Thank you, Inspector Holloway. I just wanted to note a few things. First, that this, as was stated, this property did come into compliance very quickly once the violation was pointed out. This business has been in operation on the property for many years, actually prior to my client's ownership. As soon as my client became aware of the violation, they immediately took steps to repair. It takes a few days because the materials aren't things that they can just pick up by hand and move. You have to have the proper machinery brought on. You can see it there. The proper machinery has to be brought onto the property, and then we have to have a place that can accept it. So that's why there were some days in between the notice of violation and then the actual compliance of the violation. So with that said, we've spoken with Inspector Holloway, and we would respectfully ask that the fines be waived. I'm not sure, I didn't hear anything about administrative costs, but again, the time between the last violation and this one has been over 5 years, close to it, I think. Doing the math in my head. So we would again ask that the fines be waived. And again, I didn't hear any administrative costs.
Your Honor, in this case, we're not seeking administrative costs. We're seeking $800. And that's a minimum of $50 per day per the 16 days that they were out of compliance.
Yes, I understand both parties' positions. I think the city's position is very, very reasonable on a repeat violation. I'm going to impose a fine of $800.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Calhoun.
Thank you, Inspector.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 24. Inspector James Fetter, case number CE 18072153, case address 3105 Southwest 14th Street, owner Julia Dye. This case was first heard on 2/27/19 to comply by 5/9/19. There are 2 suspensions notated on the agenda. One section not complied at $50 per day, $20,050 accrued, and this is a request for an extension.
Okay.
Good morning, Tom. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
James Fetter for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address as read into the record.
I believe that they are waiting for, I think they accomplished one more of their inspections on their building permit that they got for the demolition of the pool. There's, I believe, a building final, a zoning final, and a landscape final that need to be completed. And I will allow Mr. Runyon to request the time.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Tom Runyon. I'm an attorney on behalf of Julia Dye, who owns the property. And the property has been completed, as you can see, with the exception of landscaping and sod, which are, we're trying to find people to donate this. My client has no money to be able to perform this function. The contractor that is working with us is handling this on a pro bono basis, as well as myself. When I saw you many moons ago prior to COVID, you asked me how I was going to get this accomplished. And I said that there were contractors out there that would assist us and help us. As I left the meeting, a contractor gave me his card and has held his word to all of this. Unfortunately, COVID came. We were unable to complete the filling in of the pool until recently. The demolition took place prior to COVID. There was actually a CBS 4 news story on the entire community that came together to assist in all of this. So I'm asking for two things. Number one, we would like a 90-day extension in order to get the sod in order to complete the project. As you can see from the photos, the pool has been filled in, as well as the ground has been evened out there. I'm sorry, I forgot the word. The second thing is we are asking for a complete dismissal of all fees. Again, my client has complied. The community has come together to assist her. She lives on a fixed income and is barely able to even keep afloat with that. That's what I have to say today, sir.
Okay, but it's currently not in compliance. This is a request for an extension.
Correct. And I believe that the fees that will be, assessed there'll be one more hearing for them to come back, and then they
Correct.
can request the fines be dismissed
Once
at
you
that
come
time.
to complete compliance, this has been going on a very long time. I understand it's a hardship condition, but I'm going to grant a 91-day extension and stay the fines as of this date.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 24. Inspector Michael Jordan, case number CE-20010995, case address 5433 Northeast 22nd Terrace, owner Antonio Martin Del Campo and Martha Del Campo. This case was first heard on 10/28/2020 to comply by 10/31/2020. One section complied at $75 per day, $1,425 accrued.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Martin.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Del Campo. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. Thank you.
Officer Jordan for the city, case number and address as read. This case first came before the special magistrate on October 28, 2020, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on March 16, 2020. Total of 9 re-inspections were made on the property. There were conversations by phone and in person with the property owner, Mr. Del Campo. During the conversations, the status of the violations and corrective actions were discussed. The case is in compliance, Your Honor. It's the position of the city that fines be imposed as read, but if the magistrate is inclined to reduce the fines, we'd like to point out that administrative costs have been incurred by the city in a total of $580.
590.
580, sir. 580.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Del Campo.
Thank you, Your Honor. The property was rented at the time that we were made aware of the violations. We were dealing with a very belligerent tenant that opposed and prevented us from complying because she would not allow our workers to come into the property and to complete the work. It wasn't until she was evicted that we were able to complete and finish everything that we needed to be or needed to be done. In light of that fact, I would like to request a stay on all fines so that I have spent an incredible amount of money since this tenant came into the property and went without rent for 1 year, and I have spent in excess of $22,000. I did share with Inspector Jordan my tribulations with the tenant on October the 27th, indicating that she would not allow my people to come in and continue to do the work so we could comply. And so that is my request.
Okay. Ms. Montoya, did you want to say anything? I thought
No,
I saw
sir.
you wave. I thought I saw you wave.
No, sir, you didn't, but thank you.
All right. Good morning, anyway.
Good morning, sir.
All right. All right. Mr. Del Campo, thank you very much. But I am going to go ahead and impose administrative costs of $580. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 30. Inspector Patrice Jolly. Case number CE 21010547. Case address 1505 Northwest 7th Terrace. Owner Shaya Markovic. This property was cited on 1/15/21 to comply by 1/20/21. One section complied at $200 per day, $1,400 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. Good morning, Shaya. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement, presenting case CE 21010547 for the property located at 1505 Northwest 7th Terrace. This property was first cited on January 15, 2021 for operating medication without the required certificate of compliance from the city. A reinspection was conducted on January 22nd, 2021, where evidence showed that the violation remained. The property came into compliance on January 28, 2021, and the city is requesting the fines as read.
All right. On behalf of the owner.
Yes, thank you. Shai Markovic, I am the owner, and this is the citation was issued on January 15th. It wasn't mailed until the 19th, and it didn't arrive in my office until the 22nd. As soon as I got it, I reached out to Inspector Jolly and the city. I had requested as to what I needed to do. I was told I could complete the reservation that was there and then don't accept anybody new. On the 25th, January 25th was my last reservation, which was the last one I had in at the time when I received the violation, and I didn't accept anybody new until the 25th. I've attached as evidence to the, I guess the request that you guys had sent me that shows that it was canceled on the 25th, and that was the last reservation I had. So I would ask that the case be dismissed for compliance, or alternatively the fines waived.
Okay. Anything further from the city?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'm going to impose fines $1,400. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case on page 30. Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 21010549, case address 111 Florida Avenue, owner Vanessa Aguero. The property was cited on 11621 to comply by 12121. One section complied at $200 per day, $1,200 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. Good morning, Vanessa. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement, presenting case CE 21010549 for property located at 111 Florida Avenue. This property was first cited on January 15, 2021 for operating a vacation rental without a certificate of compliance from the city. A reinspection was then conducted on January 22nd, 2021, where the evidence showed that the violation remained. The property didn't come into compliance until January 28, 2021. The city is requesting the fines be imposed as read.
Right, on behalf of the owner.
Hi, sir. How are you? Okay. I single mom. I buy the house like 6 years ago, and I love for Lauderdale, but I have too many problems in the school with my daughter. They were bullying my daughter, and after this one, I move. I rent in the other place, and I have friend. She explained me for the Airbnb. This is maybe the best option for rent. She said much better for the per year, rent per year. And never I knew that I need to take the license. After I received all the information for Lauderdale, I try to make my best, and I already take the license. And I don't know. I try to make the best every day and in this country, and I really appreciate and you help me.
Okay. Anything further from the city?
Nothing further from the city, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. You're out of compliance 6 days. I'm going to impose a fine of $600.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next case on page 3, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 20101198, case address 1340 Northwest Fifth Avenue, owner BB Foundation, Inc. This property was cited on 11/25/2020 to comply by 12/3/2020. One section complied at $200 per day, $2,800 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. Good morning, Donald. Could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement, presenting case CE 20101198 for property located at 1340 Northwest Fifth Avenue. This property was first cited on November 25th, 2020 for operating a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. A reinspection was then conducted on November 3rd, 2020, where the evidence showed that the violation remained. The case came into compliance on December 18th, 2020. The city is requesting that the full fines be imposed.
All right, sir, on behalf of the owner.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name's Don Westervelt. I lease the property from BB Foundation and live on the property in the in-law apartment in back. When I first started listing this as an Airbnb, I went to the state business registration site, and it said that if the operator lived on the property, no license was necessary from the state. I failed to look at the city site, so I wasn't aware of the licensing requirements. So I did not get the license. I did not get notice of the violation from the owner until the 18th of December, and I immediately took down the listing, and it's been down ever since. I'd also like to point out that because of the pandemic, I had no renters during the entire time of the violation. So I was not actually renting the property at the time. So I made a mistake. I failed to look at the city site. I relied on the state site. So I'd ask that the fines be suspended or reduced. I came into compliance the day I got the notice from the landlord there in California. And I guess there was some confusion about getting me the notice of what the violation was. So I didn't get that until the middle of December.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. I'm going to impose a fine of $1,400. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 25. Inspector Vaughn Malakias. Case number CE 19031908. Case address 2858 Southwest 4th Place. I'm sorry, Vaughn, we'll recall your case. We have to have the respondent called. So our next case is on page 13. Captain Robert Kersawich. Case number FC 20120008. Case address 20 Isle of Venice Drive. Owner Aquilina Las Olas Condo Association, Inc. Property posted 3/3/21. Posted at City Hall 3/11/21. Good morning, Victor. If you can please unmute yourself and start your video. Thank you. Good morning. Please unmute yourself. Thank you. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good
Captain
morning.
Robert Kersawich, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office, here to defend case number FC 20120008 for the property address of 20 Isle of Venice Drive. Property was cited in reference to NFPA 72:17.4.5. That violation is complied. Property was also cited in reference to NFPA 1:14.4.1. That violation is complied. Property was cited in reference to NFPA 1:101:7.2.2.5.3.1. That violation is complied. Fourth violation, NFPA 101:9.4.2.4. Pictograph signage is not provided at each elevator landing is still in violation. And The last violation they were cited in reference to NFPA 113.3.1.1 is complied. So the case today is only for one violation. I have talked with property management on this. This is something that they have ordered this signage. They expect it to be in later this week. And I believe within 35 days, we should be able to have that signage reinstalled back into those elevator lobbies. I see that we do have a respondent. So if you want to hear from the respondent, I'll give him an opportunity at this time to speak.
Okay, sir, your turn.
Yeah, I think that we have been working on these topics with our property manager, and I understand that it's been taken care of. We have been trying to play with all the issues that the inspector raised, and we have the responsibility to finish this up in a short term.
Okay.
Your Honor, at this time, I'll request $100 a day, 35 days to come into compliance. I've had good communication with property management, and I believe that this will be taken care of in a much shorter period of time than 35 days as requested.
All right. For the record, I find the remaining violation does exist. 35 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 35. Captain Robert Kursarowicz. Case number FC 20020014. Case address 1200 Northwest 62nd Street. Owner Cypress Creek, Florida LLC. This case was first heard on 10/14/2020 to comply by 12/9/2020. Suspended 1/14/21 to 3/25/21. 2 sections not complied at $100 per day. $7,000 is accrued, and this was in order to reappear. Good morning, gentlemen. Please raise your right hands. Do you all swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kursarowicz, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office for case FC 20020014, property address of 1200 Northwest 62nd Street. This is a order to reappear, and we do have permits that have been applied for. In particular, there is a fire alarm permit that is permit number FIR-ALARM-21010001. Currently, the status on that permit is it's awaiting a client reply. So there were issues with the permit application, but the application has been submitted to the city. There's also an electrical permit number ELE-SERV-20120070. That is for the demolition of the electrical components on the fire alarm system. That permit is currently listed as in process. The building has seen a demolition process that has taken place since last hearing that we were at. And we did obtain a permit for that demolition work. As you remember or recall, if you were the judge on that case, they were requesting some additional time, stating that there was some renovation work that was going to be done. And that's why they were given some additional time at the last hearing. Their demo permit was permit number BLD-CDEM-20120003. That permit has completed with all the work. Talking with the contractor on this, he's touched base with me a few times since our last meeting. And he's advised that they're moving forward with drawings that are being submitted into the city right now. As soon as we have permits issued for the fire alarm work and the sprinkler work, we should be able to put this case into compliance.
Right. Okay, on behalf of the owner.
Hi, Your Honor. Yeah, we actually have a full set of construction documents that we're going to submit for permit today, which include, architectural, MEP, fire alarm, and fire sprinkler. So we're hoping that, they'll be processed and that'll satisfy the issue.
Okay, so what do we need to do? Grant an extension?
I think they're going to be looking for an extension. What kind of time frame will the respondent need in order to get those plans in and have these permits actually issued? Like I said, we do have the fire alarm permit that's in there that's still awaiting a client response. And the electrical demo permit actually for the fire alarm system is still in process.
So we got to get the permits in order and the work done. So.
Right. I was wondering if the contractor might be able to shed some light as to what kind of time frame he thinks they're going to need in order to change the permit status of the ones they've applied for and to submit for the additional renovation permits.
I'd have to get with the fire alarm contractor on those other permits, but once we submit today with the full set of drawings, we're at the mercy of the reviewers to get the permits for the building, and then construction can start. So.
All right, hearing that information from the contractor, if they're submitting today, I would think that they'd be able to have these permits issued within the next 60 days. Excuse me, Your Honor, I don't have a calendar in front of me. Can you?
Okay, I do. I'm going to grant a 63-day extension until May 27th, 2021, and stay the fines as of this date.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hopefully get all this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 25, Inspector Vaughn Malakias. Case number CE 19031908. Case address 2858 Southwest 4th Place, owner Keith Edwards. This case was first heard on 2/6/2020 to comply by 4/9/2020, suspended 4/10/2020 to 9/4/2020. 4 sections not complied at $25 per day, $20,925 accrued. 1 section complied at $25 per day, $700 accrued. A total of $21,600 is accrued, and the city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. Mr. Edwards, please state your name for the record and raise your right hand. Mr. Edwards. Did he hang up?
Go ahead, speak.
Can you please raise
Hello?
your right
Huh?
Can you
Hello?
please raise your right?
Yes, I raise my right hand.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Morning, Your Honor, Inspector.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Your Honor, Inspector Malakis for the city presenting case number CE 19031908, excuse me, for the address of 2858 Southwest 4th Place. This case first came before a special magistrate on February 6, 2020, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. The property owner was given a complied by date of April 9, 2020. The fines were suspended April 10, 2020 until September 4, 2020. The property is still not in full compliance. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines as read in the amount of $21,600 and that they continue to accrue.
Hello?
Okay, on behalf of the owner.
Yes, let's keep Edward owner. Hello?
Yes, we're waiting.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I am painting. I fix the facial board. The work. I put lawn. I put all the lawn in the yard. Like you said. Nobody came and look at it. Send somebody to come and look at it? Hello? Hello?
What is it you're requesting, sir?
I said, I put the grass, you said you tell me to put the grass, I put the grass, and I painted the place. I need somebody to come take a look at it to see if it's up to date. They send somebody to come take a look at it, so.
Yes, I'm sure the inspector will be happy to arrange another inspection of the property. But right
Okay.
now, showing you still have 3 cases that are not in compliance. So,
What is that about? What case is that? Which one is that?
well,
I said I put a lawn, like you said,
house
and
number,
huh? 2858 Southwest 4th Place.
Okay, based on the photos, the pre-inspection photos that were taken on Tuesday, which were 2 days ago, the exterior maintenance building is not in compliance. As you can see, as depicted in the photos, the violation does still clearly exist. Some work was done to the property. However, it is not fully in compliance, as you can see.
Well, okay, yes, sir. But let me tell you, can you send somebody to take a look at it? When last you been here to take a look at it? Can you send somebody and take a look at it?
he just did on March the 24th.
Yeah, but you haven't come recently, right? Could you send
Sir, that
somebody
was-
to take a look at it, sir?
Sir, that was yesterday. He was at the property yesterday.
Yeah, and what happened? Yesterday?
You,
Did you see
yeah.
you didn't see the lawn? You didn't see the lawn and the paint? And I still painting. I painted the whole house.
Mr. Edwards, are you able to see the photos that are being shown?
He is not. He's on the telephone.
Oh,
On the telephone. I can't on the telephone. But could you send somebody out to take a look at it? Or meet me today at the house?
Well,
if it's possible.
It's going to be today, but for right now, the property was very recently inspected and 3 violations still exist. So I'm inclined to follow the city's recommendation and post.
Which 3 violation is that?
You to accrue.
Thank you, Young.
Which 3 violation is that? Which violation that is?
Thank you, sir.
Hello?
Mr. Malakias will contact you, sir.
Pardon me?
Inspector Malakias will contact you after the hearing.
All right, thank you. All right. You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 36. Inspector Vaughn Malakias. Case number CE-20010657. Case address 1117 Northeast 5th Terrace. Owner TGCG Holdings LLC. This case was first heard on 1/14/2021. To comply by 3/18/2021, one section not complied at $25 per day. $175 accrued, and this is a request for an extension.
Okay, this is a request for extension, old business. Has the witness been sworn?
That's fine. Good morning, Melissa. Please raise your right hand.
Morning.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Once again, good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Malakias for the city presenting case number CE-20010657 for the address listed as 1117 Northeast 5th Terrace. This case first came before Special Magistrate on January 14, 2021, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. The property owner was given a complied by date of March 18, 2021. The property owner is here to request an extension. The city has no objection to a 3-week extension. I was in contact with the property owner. We both agreed on 3 weeks would be sufficient time to have this project completed.
Christina, please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, so we got a vehicle parked on the lawn and you've been in touch with the inspector and apparently agreed that 3 weeks is sufficient to bring this into compliance. Is that correct?
That is correct. We already have our permit and are ready to commence construction in the next few days.
All right, very good. That's exactly what we'll do.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And I'll stay the fines as of this date.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 33. I'm sorry, for Inspector Gail Williams. Case number CE 201-00763. Case address 4040 Gulf Ocean Drive, number 1001. Owner Good Day Real Estate LLC. This property was cited on 11/17/2020 to comply by 11/22/2020. One section not complied at $200 per day. $24,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. Additionally, on page 34 for the same property owner, different address, case number CE 201-00768, case address 4040 Gulf Ocean Drive, number 319. Owner Good Day Real Estate LLC. This property was cited on 11/17/2020 to comply by 11/22/2020. One section not complied at $200 per day. $24,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. Good morning, Anna. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Is for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 201-00763, address 4040 Gulf Ocean Drive, unit 1001. Property was found utilizing a vacation rental without a certificate of compliance from the city of Fort Lauderdale. On November 17, 2020, property was cited for advertising without a certificate. The following violation was cited: 15-272A, allowing 5 days to come into compliance. The city is requesting full amount to be imposed.
This unit was rental actually in from November 21 to 25 from VRBO. This is not till November 17. Only 4 days. 4 nights.
Repeat what you just said, please, ma'am.
I said this unit was rented from November 21 to 25 in 4 nights. This is not November 17. This is I have in the record from VRBO.
But the property was found being utilized and advertised as a vacation rental on November 17th.
Yeah, because I received the license from PPR, I think it was opening. I'm sorry. This is I put it to work again. Was my fault because I didn't know the license was coming.
Okay.
So the bottom line is this is a citation was issued, no appeal was received. It's just not in compliance, and I'm going to grant the city's request to impose the fines so they continue to accrue.
Okay. Also in reference to case CE 201-00768, address 4040 Gulf Ocean Drive, unit 319. The property was also found utilizing utilizing a vacation rental without a certificate of compliance from the city of Fort Lauderdale. On November 17, 2020, property was cited for advertising without the certificate. And the following violation was 15-272A. The city is requesting full amount to come in compliance.
Okay.
I'm sorry, full amount imposed.
Anything further, ma'am?
Yeah, the same case. I opened the two units because when I received the GBPR license, I think it was opening. But this unit, the last time was rental was September from 29 to October 4. That after that, this is nobody's coming. Coming only in January 21. And I got the licensing from the city, December 12, opening.
Okay, do you follow what she's saying, ma'am?
Yes, so from what it seems like she didn't submit the application for the vacation rental until December 12th, 2020. Is that correct?
And December 12 was opening the license, and that was clear. Mhm. The business was opening in December 12.
Okay, but
I got from the city.
but the property was found advertising on November 17th of 2020.
Yeah, because this is, I told you, in November 17, I put the advertising on again because I got the license from the BPR. I think it was clear, it was my mistake because I never had a problem about it.
Okay, with that understanding, you had your license from DBPR, Business and Professional.
Yeah, the
but-
BPR coming before the another one. Yeah.
Let the
It
inspector
was-
speak. Hang on.
With that understanding, you still was not in compliance of all your license, which is from the city of Fort Lauderdale also.
Yeah, it was my mistake. I'm sorry. Mhm.
Right, I think you've got a little homework to do, ma'am. So you're still not in compliance. And I'm going to grant the city's request to impose the fines and they continue to accrue.
Sorry, I don't understand. Say again.
You'll get a written order in the mail, but I'm not sure you're understanding what your obligations are under the ordinance.
Yeah, I did everything according was request. I think everything is okay now. I don't know. I am behaving from the owner. The owner live in Brazil. They couldn't to come in here because it's the pandemic is impossible to travel to US. Well, yeah, I'm behaving from the people, from the owner.
Okay, I've made my ruling. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 34. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 201000921. Case address 1415 Southwest 27th Court. Owner 1415 Southwest LLC. This property was cited on 10/26/2020 to comply by 10/31/2020. One section not complied at $200 per day, $28,800 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. Good morning. Please raise your right hand.
Yes, how are you? You can see me?
Yes, can you please raise your right hand?
Yes. I raise my hand.
Can you raise your right hand? Thank
Yes.
you. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth that today's proceedings?
Sir, you need to respond.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Inspector Gail Williams for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 201000921, address 1415 Southwest 27th Court. On October 26, 2020, property was found utilizing a vacation rental without a required certificate of compliance from the city of Fort Lauderdale. On October 26, property was cited for advertising without a certificate, and the following violation was cited: 15-272A, allowing 5 days to come into compliance, The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed.
Right. Inspector?
Yes. No, the city is requesting full amount to be imposed.
All right. Okay, on behalf of the owner.
Yes, how are you? The first time we got a notice given to the tenant, not to us. The tenant give us the notice and we spoke to somebody from the city, which they told us that we need to inquire a license from the state. We got the license from the state, which you can see here. And after we got the license from the state, I never heard back from the city. I got a notice a few weeks ago from the tenants again, not given to us, that we have this magistrate to be attended to. And I didn't know that we need a license from the city because we got a license from the state. To make a long story short, I also put a file that we are selling the property in the end of this April. And we would like to dismiss the case because we are selling the property.
All right. Sir, you're still not in compliance with the ordinance. That's the problem. Okay. And the
Yeah,
fine.
I understand, but we are selling the property. So I don't understand if I need to get a license from the city if we are selling the property. I attached a file to the email I got with a contract that the property is being sold.
But in the meantime, you were in violation.
I understand that, but the question is, if we are selling the property, I do not need to do a vacation rental or to continue doing that anymore. And this property is not being rented for a long time. After COVID, we are unable to rent the property for at least since March.
Okay.
So the
You
question,
need to read the ordinance, sir, and get some advice or talk to the inspector, because currently you're not in compliance. And I'm going to grant the city's request to impose the fines, and they will continue to accrue.
even if we are selling the property?
Yes, sir. Even if you're selling the property.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna talk to the inspector.
Okay, very good.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, can we take a brief recess, please? Your Honor? 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. All right. We stand in recess for 10 minutes.
Thank you. the magistrate hearing. Our next case is on page 34. Inspector Gail Williams. Case number CE 20060050. Case address 4771 Bayview Drive. Owner Amadeo Tenaglia and Maria Elizabeth Tenaglia. This property was cited on 6/30/2020 to comply by 7/5/2020. One section complied at $200 per day, $36,400 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, James. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes, I can.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Good morning, Your
Can
Honor.
you see?
Inspector
No,
Gail.
I'm sorry. Hold on, Ms. Gail.
There we go.
Okay, go ahead.
Inspector Gail Williams for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 200-60050. Address 4771 Bayview Drive. Property was found utilizing a vacation rental without a required certificate of compliance from the city. On June 30th, property was cited for advertising without the certificate. The following violation, 15-272A, the city is requesting full amount to be imposed. Property was out of compliance 182 days.
Was a citation issued in this case?
Yes, sir. This is a citation.
All right, on behalf of the owner.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jim Faschel on behalf of Amadeo Tenaglia. Your Honor, I submitted an affidavit as requested by the last hearing by the special magistrate. And Amadeo was not aware that this property was being used as an Airbnb. As a matter of fact, Amadeo is completely unaware of what an Airbnb is. He had rented this property to two Canadians, Ivan Panasenko and Alexander Bolko, and apparently they were using it as a rental for an Airbnb. There is a problem with notifying Amadeo that this is being done and that he was in violation of any ordinance whatsoever. From what I understand, he was not living at any of the property addresses that he has on file. He was living with his daughter, Grace, because, as I said, he's an older gentleman and he needs assistance in his daily activities. He does not drive. He was not aware of any violation. And when he became aware, he contacted me through his daughter. And I looked into it, and there was a hearing scheduled already. And I promptly called Inspector Gibson and then filed for an eviction, because not only were the tenants using this property as an Airbnb without my client's knowledge, they weren't paying the rent. So he was basically going to sue them for eviction, but then this came to his attention and to my attention as well. Your Honor, I would ask respectfully, and I also in my affidavit included, I think that the special magistrate may have a copy of this, that my client is an alleged incapacitated person. We have two pending cases before Judge Green. One is Mental Health Court 19-3305, and the other one is for the guardianship, and that's Probate Court 19-4364. The tenants had left. The property was promptly in compliance because obviously we got the tenants out of the unit. And as far as, Your Honor, I have absolutely no evidence of of compliance or service on my client. And I have no evidence that he understood what was going on. And I have no evidence to contradict anything that Inspector Gibson said as well. But I do ask Your Honor for a humanitarian waiving of fines, perhaps an imposition of administrative costs, and we apologize to the city for this. The property is sitting vacant now. This is one of Amadeo's last assets, and we intend to sell the property and use that money for his assisted living facility. So although the legal basis for a waiver may be lacking, Your Honor, I do ask for humanitarian relief and waiver because of the lack of service, because of the age, and because of the circumstances with my client. Thank you.
Ms. Montoya, you have any comments on this case?
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Rhonda Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. I do recall the case. I remember counsel appearing before. I remember, I believe the property owner with his daughter appeared once, the elderly property owner. I think, you know, while we all know that ultimately property owners are responsible for their property and for the actions of their tenant, I would certainly rely on Your Honor. I think counsel has made a compelling case with regard to the humanitarian relief he is seeking under the circumstances.
Thank you, counsel.
And also, Your Honor, I would just add, in light of not just the humanitarian aspect, but the fact, as counsel mentioned, that there are court proceedings to further assist the elderly property owner. So it's not just, you know, words, it's, there's a lot of court actions involved to try to assist this gentleman.
Thank
you. Very unusual. What
Yes.
what are administrative costs in this case?
$727.
727, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your fine presentation, Counselor.
Thank you.
Administrative cost of $727.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, counsel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck to him.
Thank you, counsel. He needs it.
Our next case is on page 35. Inspector Gail Williams. Case number CE 201000693. Case address 3116 Northeast 45th Street. Owner Northeast 45th Street LLC. This property was cited on 11/2/2020 to comply by 11/12/2020. One section complied at $200 per day, $5,400 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. Good morning, Shannon. Please raise your right hand.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay,
Thank you. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 201000693, address 3116 Northeast 45th Street. On November 2, 2020, property was found utilizing a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance from the City of Fort Lauderdale. Property was cited for advertising with an expired certificate. The following violation was cited and a citation issued for violation 15-281A. The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed.
All right, on behalf of the owner.
Hello, thank you for accepting my call or Zoom call. Hi, Gail. I met her. Hi, I met you personally. So I was unaware that we were not in compliance. We temporarily moved to Nashville, Tennessee. We have 2 high schoolers because of the pandemic and COVID, and my son is a senior. So we moved out there. I came home to vote, and I met Gail putting the citation up at the property and with the violation. And so I was unaware of it. So I said, Gail, what do I do? And so she said, get in contact with Camille, which is your community enhancement that runs the VRBOs. And so I cooperated and I communicated going back and forth with Camille. I have multiple emails, which I printed out and are here, of Camille and I going back and forth to get it in compliance. And I have actively hustled and worked actively. And I guess just because it took a little bit longer than expected, she had my wrong email. She had an old email for me. So we went back and forth. And we did get it in compliance. We are actively worked together. And I'm a good citizen. I want to do a good thing. I'm a good neighbor. I pay everything. So I'm just asking maybe for a warning instead of the fine. And if it happened again, for sure, slap me with the fine. But, you know, I do pay a lot of taxes and I do pay all my bills. And it just was a slip up because of us hustling and moving to Nashville, Tennessee. It was an overlook of not getting it in compliant of reinstating the license. I guess it was a couple weeks, Gail, I think.
It was
Yeah, 27
7
days.
days.
Yeah, so I guess what happened was they were waiting for one thing with the state for the taxes, and it was over Thanksgiving. So it took a little bit longer than expected to get everything back, you know, in normal because of the COVID and the pandemic. And so I apologize. I will pay it a lot more attention. You know, I'm moving and juggling so much with 2 high schoolers and running multiple businesses. So I'm just asking if we could get a warning and maybe you can drop the fines. And if it, like I said, if it happened again, please, no problem. And that's where I stand.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you for listening.
Considering all the factors, I'm inclined to reduce the fine to
Okay,
$700.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you. So how do I do that? Will they get back with me?
Yes, you'll get a written order in the mail.
Okay, so I don't have to respond right back right now. I don't want to get another fine.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day.
Okay, have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Gail. Our next case is on page 16. Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE 20110738. Case address 2926 Cortez Street. Owner Cortez Property Development LLC. Property was posted on 10/24/2021. Posted at City Hall on 3/11/2021. Additionally, on page 16, we have case number CE 20110740. Case address 2933 Poinsettia Street. Owner Cortez Property Development LLC. Property posted 2/24/2020. Posted at City Hall 3/11/2020. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 20110738 for the property located at 2926 Cortez Street. This property was first inspected by Senior Code Officer Leonard Champagne on November 25th, 2020, and given 14 days to correct for the following violations: 47-21.11.d. There is plant material that is blocking the visibility of oncoming traffic. 47-21.11.a. The landscaping at the property is not well maintained. Tree debris is allowed to accumulate. Trees are not cared for and are showing signs of decay. Mounds of dirt are becoming overgrown. The landscape is not kept in a smooth, level grounded condition. 47-19.5.j.1. There's non-permitted temporary construction fence on the property. And finally, 18-12A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and/or debris on the property and its swale. The city is requesting 28 days to correct all violations or a fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
On behalf of the owner. Sir, would you like to speak?
Yes, Your Honor. The landscape and the trees and the grass, all this problem has been solved, and we assign a company. It takes care of all these problems, and we call the inspector and inform them that we already remove all the problems with the trees, with the landscaping, we correct everything regarding this. For the other violation, which is the fence, we are trying to find a company to remove the fence. I just know about this on March 9, and I was out of the country. I come back on 16, and we assign one company for the landscaping, and we are trying to find another company that can comply with the fence and see if the right thing if they remove it or they have to install it in according to the specification of the city. For the fence, Your Honor, I just requesting just to postpone the to give us time to remove to do the right thing with the fence and assign the right company to do all the correction.
All right, very good. You'll have 28 days to get that done. Okay, so
Okay.
I find that each violation does exist, 28 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter. We got one more case.
Yes, Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 20110740 for the property located at 2933 Poinsettia Street. The property was first inspected by Senior Code Officer Leonard Champagne on November 25th, 2020, and given 14 days to correct for the following violations: 47-21.11.a. The landscaping at this property is not well maintained. Tree debris is allowed to accumulate. Trees are not cared for and showing signs of decay, and mounds of dirt are becoming overgrown. The landscape is not kept in a smooth, level grounded condition. 47-19.5.j.1. There's non-permitted temporary construction fence on the property. And 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the swale and on the property and/or its swale. The city is requesting 28 days to correct these violations or a fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
Sir, do you have anything additional to tell me about this property?
No, Your Honor. We just confirmed that we did all the things required to maintain the grass and to cut the tree. We make a nice landscaping with this, only the fence, Your Honor. We are requesting.
The inspector will come out and do a re-inspection.
Yes.
For the record, I found the violations exist, 28 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 29. Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE 18101061. Case address 509 Middle River Drive. Owner Daniel Matthew Vorbeck. This case was first heard on 2/7/19 to comply by 5/9/19, suspended 3/16/2020 to 9/4/2020. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $32,300 accrued, and the city is requesting $7,775.
Okay, Mr. Snyder, do we have a representative of the owner?
They're coming in now.
Okay.
Mr. Voorhees,
Yes,
are you here for the property that we just called?
I am the owner of the property.
Okay. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 18101061 for the property located at 509 Middle River Drive. This case was first heard February 7, 2019. Special magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by May 9th, 2019. The property owner failed to come into compliance by the deadline. This case was granted COVID-19 relief from March 15, 2020 to September 15, 2020. The property was observed in compliance on September 30th, 2020, and compliance was established on September 16, 2020. The city is requesting reduction of fines to $7,775.
All right, on behalf of the owner.
Good morning, Your Honor. We purchased this piece of property, which was in really horrible shape on the 31st of December, 2018. And permits were filed for the seawall construction in March of 2019 and were approved in April of 2020. We have been, until last week when we received this notice to appear, completely unaware of anything as it relates to the property. We are building a large home on the property. We have complied with the city on every part of this multi-year construction, and so this was quite a surprise. While ignorance is no excuse, I would ask that in light of everything that we've done, that we look at abating the penalties. I'm fine with the administrative costs. Certainly want to pay people for their time, but we just found out about this last week.
Okay, anything else from the city?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, I've come to this property, and over the past several months, I've noticed that there's been significant progress on it. I think that the city would hold the request at $7,775. The new property owner should have been notified, but should it suit you, the administrative cost for this case is $1,408, Your Honor.
$1,408.
$8.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm going to impose administrative costs, $1,408.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Will. Our next case is on page 19. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 20071033. Case address 1120 Northeast 16th Street. Owner BMAT Properties LLC. Property posted 3/8/21, posted at City Hall 3/11/21.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Brian. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Beth Practice for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector for the address 1120 Northeast 16 Court. Your Honor, I'm happy to say that this case is in compliance. Full compliance has been achieved.
Very good. Just for the record, sir, if you'll state your name.
My name is Brian Herholzer.
So we're all in compliance, so the case is concluded.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case on page 31, Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 2011-0682. Case address 761 Southeast 17th Street. Owner 17th Street Plaza LLC. In care of SFLRE Group LLC. This property was cited on 11/25/2020 to comply by 11/26/2020. One section complied at $250 per day. This is the city's request to vacate the order 225/2021 to impose the correct fine amount.
Mr. Caracas.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Can you raise your right hand, please? Karen? Yes, ma'am. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Gus Caracas, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 2011-068.
The timing couldn't be better. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No worries, sir. Again, Gus Caracas, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 2011-0682 for the property located at 761 Southeast 17th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on November 19th of 2020 and cited for the following violation. 17-2.A, animals or the dogs were heard barking for more than 5 minutes uninterrupted. Civil citation notice was issued to the property owner, to the business owner, hand delivered. Basically saying you got your citation number 0223 on the same day, having the owner to immediately cease and desist the dog's barking. Compliance was achieved on December 8th of 2020, sir. Basically, this is a civil citation for basically 11 days. I think it's $1,500, sir.
Okay. And apparently was a contrary order issued on February 25th.
Correct, sir. It was the fine amount was incorrect at that time. The correct amount today is $1,500, sir. City's requesting full amount.
Okay, okay, on behalf of the owner. Anything you would like to add, ma'am?
No, we would agree with that.
I'm going to grant the motion to vacate the prior order and impose the correct amount of $1,500. Thank you.
Thank you, Your
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 32. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. For case number CE 2006-0315, case address 501 Southeast 21st Street, owner SFR 2012-1 Florida LLC. This case was first heard on 11/19/2020 to comply by 12/24/2020. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day, $18,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. Good morning, Dilma. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the city of Fort Lauderdale, sir. Basically, sir, this particular case is not in compliance. Fines has been running for quite some time now. Would you like me to read the violations into the case, sir?
Okay, I think we better.
Yes, sir. The violations that for this particular property are 9-308A. The roof is not in good repair, is not weather or watertight. 9-280B. There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, including but not limited to the ceiling through the dwelling unit. 9-280G. There are electrical wires and accessories not maintained in a good, safe working condition, including but not limited to wires exposed in the attic or damage to the kitchen area. 18-1. There are termites and rats in the attic of this particular property that is creating a nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may be reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, varmints, and wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes or threatens or endangers the public health and safety for the welfare, or may adversely affect the impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. This is a public nuisance that may threaten or endanger the health, safety, and welfare of the occupants or may reasonable cause diseases. This case was first heard on November 19 of 2020. As of today, sir, nobody has contacted the officer to verify if compliance has been achieved. The city is requesting full amount and continues to accrue, sir, to continue to accrue until compliance has been met.
All right, ma'am, on behalf of the owner. You're muted, ma'am. Okay.
You hear me?
Now, yes.
Okay. My name is Dilma Melendez. I am the property manager for this property. I'm here to request an extension of to comply with the violation because as today, we are still having a full repair because we have issues with the COVID situation with vendors that they start working or submitting quotes and they resign because they were sick, etc., etc. Besides, we have a very bad communication with the officer. My vendors were calling him to ask him what exactly he wanted. He said they don't need to, he did not want to talk to them. We have a full replace of the roof approved by the city a few years ago, and the roofer was trying to contact the officer to see what he's wanted because the roof is in very good shape. So we are here just to request an extension now that we are back on track with the contractor out of the COVID. You can see here the amount of paperwork I have been done in this to finally have this finished, but vendors and contractors were not working because of the COVID situation or miscommunication with the code enforcement.
Okay.
Your
Anything
Honor?
further from the city?
Yes, Your Honor. Supervisor Bass, on behalf of the city of Fort Lauderdale. This complaint came in tenant based, wherein the tenant was pretty much living in unsafe conditions wherein the roof was coming in. So the city stands on the full imposition and requests no further extensions be granted at this time, Your Honor.
Yes, this has been.
The tenants was complaining because she wanted to get out of the unit because she couldn't pay it, but it's okay. We know we have to fix it and we have been trying, but it has been impossible with this ongoing situation with the COVID and the vendors and all that stuff.
Okay, I'm going to grant the city's request to impose the fines and they continue to approve.
Thank you.
I can hardly hear you.
I'm going to grant the city's request to impose the fines and they will continue to accrue. You'll get a written order in the mail.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning. See, we have a phone number ending in 3946. A phone number ending in 3946. If you could please press *6 to unmute and identify yourself for the record.
Yes, my name is David Fraden.
David, D-A-V-I-D.
Yes,
Could you spell out your last name for me, sir?
Fradin.
And what case number are you here for?
Case number is C as in Charles, E Edward, 191, followed by 4 zeros and 3.
Okay, thank you, sir. Please stand by.
Thank you.
Good morning. I also see we have a phone number ending in 0652. 0652. If you could please press *6 to unmute and identify yourself for the record. *6 to unmute.
Hello,
Good morning. If you could please identify yourself for the record.
Alicia McLeod.
Could you please spell that out for me, please? You got it? Alicia, if you could please spell your name out for me.
ALICIMCCLEOD.
Thank you, ma'am. Please stand by.
Good morning. If we have any respondents in the waiting room who are not here for lien reduction, again, you are not here for lien reduction. The lien reduction hearing will begin following our regular special magistrate hearing. If we have respondents in the waiting room who are not here for lien reduction and you have not heard your case called, please utilize the raise hand function now. Good morning, Eric. Can we please have you unmute yourself and tell us your case number?
Case number
CE 200 20371. I need glasses.
No worries. Please stand by. Good morning, Tommy. Can we have you unmute yourself and give us your case number? Good morning, Tommy. Can we have your case number, please? Mr. Jacob, please unmute yourself.
Hello,
Hi, can we have your case number, please?
CE 1904186.
Okay, please stand by.
Thank you.
Good morning, Kate. Please unmute yourself and give us your case number.
Hi, good morning. Attorney Kate Cooper here for case number on page 30, CE 200900812. I understand it's been rescheduled, but I just wanted to make a couple points of order before logging off.
Okay, please stand by. Good morning, William. Can you please give us your case number?
Good morning. CE 19051128 with regard to federal apartments in 311 Northwest 17th Avenue.
Okay, please stand by.
Thank you.
Ralph, we do have your case number already, and we're getting ready to call you in shortly. Good morning. Okay, our next case is on page 27 for Senior Inspector Linda Holloway. Case number CE 191000003. Case address 1108 Northwest First Avenue. Owner first, Fort Lauderdale Haitian Missionary Baptist Church. This case was first heard on 10/28/2020 to comply by 12/30/2020. One section complied at $25 per day, $1,300 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. Mr. Fraden, please state your name for the record and raise your right hand.
David Fraden.
Do you swear to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good, excuse me. Good morning, Inspector Linda Holloway on behalf of the city. Case number CE 1000003, property located at 1108 Northwest First Avenue. This case first became before the special magistrate on October 28th, 2020, where evidence was presented and special magistrate Flynn found for the city. The property is now in compliance. it's the city's position that the administrative fines be imposed, but if the magistrate is inclined to reduce the fines, the city would not object. And the administrative costs in this case are $718.
All right, on behalf of the owner.
Yes,
Mr. Freeman,
good
do you
morning.
add anything?
Yes, thank you for your consideration. The thing is, we tried so many companies to do the parking for the church. We were unable to get them. We gave them the address, we gave them everything, but they were so busy. I even tried a company that do the pavement in my job, which is the dealer I work with. He told me he would need like 6 months before he gets to me. I finally found this contractor who were passing by, and we stopped him. Then he did it for us at the quickest time possible. And that's why we took the delay to do the job, because we were unable to find somebody to do the job. Some of them were saying it's kind of a small job. They have some big, lots to do. It will take them time before they reach to me. So that's why it took us a little time.
All right. Here's what I'm going to do, sir. I'm going to waive the fine, but impose administrative cost $718.
It's a lot for us because our pastor died, passing the COVID. We kind of take over the service, and because of the COVID, the member mostly stay home, the elderly. We have a few young people that attend the church with us. We building after the senior pass.
You'll get an order in the mail. If you need additional time to pay, you can act on that.
I don't know if you would consider to reduce the fee for us because we're very.
That's as low as I can go. Okay, thank you.
Okay. What time you would give us, please?
Or you'll get an order in the mail.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Linda.
You're welcome, Pastor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 8. Inspector Von Malakias. Case number CE 19061768. Case address 425 Northeast 8th Street. Owner Ralph Lynch. Property posted 2/16/2021. Posted at City Hall 3/11/2021. Good morning, Ralph. Please raise your right hand.
I have my right hand up.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Once again, good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Malakis for the city, presenting case number CE 19061768 for the address listed as 425 Northeast 8th Street. This property was first inspected on June 25th, 2019 as a result of a complaint received, and the following violations were observed. 9-280G, electrical accessories not maintained in a safe working condition, which is now complied. 18-4C, derelict vehicle on the swale of the property, which is also complied. 47-21.16.A. There's a tree stump in front of the property that was removed. That violation was complied. 9-306, exterior walls of the property have not been maintained. That is also complied. 47-2020H, the parking facilities are not being kept in a well-operating condition. Complied. 9-305B, the landscape of the property is not being maintained. Complied. 9-380B, there's trash, rubbish, and mildew stains on the roof, which is complied. 18-12A, trash and debris, which is still outstanding. 9-304B, gravel driveway and swale areas not well graded and or dust free. A notice was posted to the property and photos were taken. The notice was mailed out to the property owner listed on Broward County Property Appraisers First Class Mail on June 26, 2019. Various violations were re-inspected throughout the entire year of 2019, but violations were still existing. The final notice was mailed out to the property owner in September of 2019, allowing additional days to come into compliance. A pre-hearing inspection on March 23rd, 2021 showed the two remaining violations were still existing as depicted in the photos, and the case was scheduled for today's hearing. I conducted a follow-up into this case where I received a phone call from the urban planner designing, Ms. Caroline Yiko, about 2 weeks of active major construction site to the north and south of this particular property, and she requested that 6 months to a year be granted to the property owner based on the scope of work from these companies. The city is requesting that this property owner be given adequate time, because if he was to fix the violation right now, the construction site is still ongoing. So I would think that we would want to revisit this case within a 6 months period and continue to monitor the property as such. There is still an outstanding violation of the trash, rubbish, litter, and debris that needs to be addressed. So I would like to afford the opportunity to give him 10 days to comply that violation, and we continue to monitor the existing the other existing violation. I'll allow the homeowner to speak on this.
Okay, Mr. Lynch, you understand what the inspector said?
Yes, I did. I would also like to say Mr. Vaughn, Inspector Vaughn, has been working very closely with me and giving me all sorts of time to try to get this thing done. And I appreciate him and the city for allowing him to be able to work with me on this.
Okay, on the landscaping, 10 days.
10 days would, yes, sir.
Or
a fine of $25 a day.
Or $25 per day. Now, technically, what do we do on the other one? You want to?
We'd like to revisit that particular, because again, planning and zoning, I think we're going to put a sidewalk there, if I'm not mistaken, but we want to go back and check it within a 6 month period and then ask for continuance based on the nature of.
So let's continue that violation for 189 days.
That'll work. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good luck, Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, William. Hi, good morning. Your case is complied.
And so when you say complied, I just want to confirm, does that mean the case is closed, no fines, no costs, and we're all set to go?
Yes, sir.
So we don't need to do anything further with this.
Not on this particular case, no, sir.
Thank you so much for your help.
You're more than welcome.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 14 for Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE 20120479. Case address 505 Breakers Avenue. Owner Union Holdings LLC. Property posted 2/15/21. Posted at City Hall 3/11/21. Good morning, Ralph. Please state your name for the record and raise your right hand.
Ralph Andujar.
And do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 20120479 for the property located at 505 Breakers Avenue. This property was first inspected December 15, 2020, and given 10 days to correct for the following violation, 18-12A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, debris on this property and or the swell area. City is requesting 10 days to correct the violation or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
All right, on behalf of the owner.
Yes, we have taken care of it. And we do have somebody that passes by every single week and almost every single day. So this is something that's being taken care of all the time.
For the record, I found the violation does exist. 10 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 9. Inspector Vaughn Malakias, case number CE 200200371, case address 419 Northeast 2nd Avenue, owner Eric Temple, property posted 2/16/21, posted at City Hall 3/11/21. Good morning, Eric. Please raise your right hand.
Okay.
Hi, Eric. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yeah, can you hear me or see me?
Yes, sir. I see you have up your left hand. Can you please raise your right hand?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was holding the. Thank you.
You're welcome. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Inspector Malakis for the city presenting case number CE 2002-0371 for the address listed as 419 Northeast 2nd Avenue. I inspected this property on February 17, 2020 and discovered the following violations. 9-306 exterior building walls not maintained, structural parts including fascia and rotted areas in disrepair. Some areas of the exterior also had stained and or missing paint covering, which was complied. 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on the grass and lawn area of the property, also complied now. 18-4C, there's derelict vehicle parked on the property, also complied. 18-12A, overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris. 9-280H1, the wooden fence at the property is in disrepair. There are sections leaning and or considered unstable and not being maintained as required. Posted a notice of the property and photos were taken. The notice was mailed out to property owner listed on Broward County Property Appraisers via first class mail on February 18, 2020. A reinspection of the property on December 21st found the 2 violations still existing. The pre-hearing inspection on Monday, the 22nd, 2021, showed the remaining violations still existing as depicted in the photos. This case was scheduled for today's hearing. City is requesting a 42-day complied or a daily fine of $25 a day until both violations are brought into compliance. I'll allow the property owner to speak.
All right, Mr. Temple.
Hi. Just to be clear, we're looking at the fence and the debris that I put out for bulk trash, and then that brings us into compliance with the remaining 2. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Those are the 2 outstanding violations that need to be addressed.
Okay, and then you said 42. Or how many days were you?
42.
42 days. Okay, yeah, all right. That's more than enough time. We're digging out these bamboo roots and to get to the fence. So yeah, it's thanks for the extra time. I thought it would be done by now, but bamboo roots are tough.
All right.
You're welcome, sir.
For the record, I found the remaining violations do exist. 42 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
And
Okay.
that's per violation, Your Honor.
Correct.
Okay, I was scheduled to have you out to deal with that well before then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye, everybody. Are we done?
Yes, sir. Have a great day.
Okay. Bye, everybody. Take care.
You too. Good morning, Mr. Mathis. Would you please be so kind as to unmute yourself? Mr. Mathis, can you please unmute yourself? Good morning, Kate. Are you signed in for a case on today's agenda?
Yes, and I can provide some more clarification. It's on top of page 30, CE 2009-0812, case address 3050 West Broward Boulevard.
Yes, ma'am, for Family Dollar Stores that was rescheduled.
Yes, Your Honor. I just wanted to put on the record that I'm here representing Family Dollar, a tenant for the Cole FD portfolio. I was notified on Friday of the violation, and today's hearing submitted the affidavit to appear on behalf of the property owner. My understanding is that the property was found compliant as of yesterday by Officer Holder, and that the hearing has been continued to, I believe, April 13th. I just wanted to confirm that and request an affidavit of compliance in preparation for the hearing.
Yes, ma'am, the case was rescheduled to April 13th. No, it's not. Give me 1 second to check the rescheduled date for you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
The case will be heard on April 29th.
At 8:30?
I'm sorry?
At 8:30, same time?
Yes, ma'am, the hearing started at 8:30.
And may I request the certificate of compliance or an affidavit? I'm not sure. I apologize. I'm up in Tampa.
There is, you want an affidavit of compliance?
Yes, and if that's not the normal protocol for Fort Lauderdale, I apologize. Typically up here in Hillsborough, when a property is found in compliance, there's some sort of documentation or affidavit or notice.
Katrina, it's not in compliance. Am I understanding correctly? We're just rescheduling the hearing, right?
No, the case was found in compliance yesterday. We rescheduled the case before the compliance date. So it was requested to have it rescheduled.
So are we addressing fines? I'm trying to understand the purpose of the next hearing.
To address, I'm assuming to address the fines.
Okay, understood. So ma'am, your order for the next hearing will show that the fines are complied and it'll have the next hearing date on them.
May I provide my address on the record just to ensure that I'll receive a copy, given that I'm appearing on behalf of the property owner, but I am not the property owner?
Sure.
My name is Kate Cooper, and my address is 6921 Pistol Range Road, Suite 101. That's in Tampa, Florida, 33635. And my email address should be on record when I filed with today's hearing, but just for purposes of today, it's my first initial and last name, K Cooper, @defensecounsel.com.
Okay, we will ensure that the notice of hearing is sent to you as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
Take care. You too.
Thank you. Good morning, Lou. Can you give us the case number you're here about today?
Hi, how are you? Let me get the case number. Give me one second. There's 4 cases. Let me see. You have to find them here. Bear with me. I'm sorry.
Are you here for lien reduction, Lou?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, no worries. We haven't started yet. Thank you.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No worries. Hi, Nicholas. Are you here for lien reduction?
Yes, ma'am, I am for one case.
Thank you so very kindly. We'll start shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll begin to call our non-respondent cases now. Our next case is on page 2. Inspector Tiffany Holder, Division Manager Portia Williams presenting. Case number CE20120909, case address 400 Carolina Avenue, owner SRP Sub LLC, property posted 2/17/21, post at City Hall 3/11/21.
Good morning, Your Honor. Portia Williams, Code Compliance Manager. I am presenting this case on behalf of Inspector Tiffany Holder. She's currently out of the office. Tiffany inspected case CE 20120909 on December 26, 2020. She provided 10 days for compliance at that time. The only violation that remains out of compliance is 9-305B for the landscape at the property not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. The notice for the property was posted on January 14, 2021. Also, there was a pre-hearing inspection conducted on March 19, 2021. We are requesting 10 days for compliance or a fine of $25 per day thereafter.
We have the owner.
These are non-respondents.
Got it. Okay, I find the violation does exist. 10 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 3. Inspector Tiffany Holder, Division Manager Portia Williams presenting case number CE 20120668, case address 330 Southwest 29th Avenue, owner Mitchell Francis Estate, property posted 2/17/21, post at City Hall 3/11/21.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Portia Williams, Code Compliance Manager. I'm presenting this case on behalf of Inspector Tiffany Holder, who is not present at this time. Inspector Holder originally found the violations on December 19, 2020 for case CE 20120668. The only violation that remains out of compliance at this time is violation 9-306 for the exterior building walls not being maintained and structural parts, including the fascia and soffits, being in disrepair, as well as areas of the exterior that have stains and missing and peeling paint. Inspector Holder has had correspondence with the property owner's son, Mr. Joseph, on December 30th, 2020. At this time, the city is requesting 10 days for compliance or a daily fine of $25 per day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist. 10 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 5. Inspector Bovrig Xantis. Case number CE 201200697. Case address 1124 Northwest 15th Street. Owner Francois Sylvia and Marie Saint Sylvia. Property posted 3/3/21, posted at City Hall 3/11/21.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Lauderdale. Community Enhancement, case number CE 2012-0697. Property address 1124 Northwest 15th Street. This property was first inspected in December 20th, 2020, and the following violation were observed. Violation 47-3, violation 47-34.4.B.1 is complied. Violation 24-4 is complied. Violation 18-4C. There are derelict vehicles on the property with no tags and expired tags. This is a repeat violation per case CE 1902-1763, which came before the special magistrate on June 6, 2019. And based on the evidence presented, the special magistrate entered a finding of fact for violation 18-4C. This case will be presented before the special magistrate as a repeat violation, whether it comes to compliance or not. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on March 3rd, 2021. The violation was discovered on December 22nd, 2021, and the pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 24th, 2021, revealed violation is not in compliance as depicted in the photo. Case was open for a number of 93 days.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The city request is
at this time, the city is requesting a fine to be imposed for a total of 93 days.
okay, and the amount of the fine.
I do apologize. I didn't get the fine number, but I get that in a short minute. Morning, Your Honor. I'd like some time to calculate the fine. Can we please recall this case?
Yes.
Our next case is on page 6, Inspector Bovrig Xantis, case number CE 201100143, case address 1579 Northwest 15th Terrace, owner Norman Victorious, property posted 3/4/21, posted at City Hall 3/11/21.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exentis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2011-0143, property address 1579 Northwest 15 Terrace. This property was first inspected 11/05/2020, and the following violation were discovered. Violation 9-305A, there is overgrowth of landscaping material along with accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are area of dead and missing ground cover on the swell. Violation 9-280H1 is complied. Violation 9-308B, there is debris, trash, and other element which is not permanent on the roof. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not maintained. The walls are dirty and have worsted stains in the rear of the property. Violation 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property. Overgrowth has been cut, but the trash and debris remains on the property. Violation 9-304B is complied. Violation 18-4C is complied. A notice of hearing was posted on property in March 4th, 2021. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 24th, 2021. Revealed violation is these violations named earlier, such as 9-280H1 is complied, 9-304B is complied, 18-4C is complied as depicted in the pictures. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day per violation be imposed.
I find that the remaining violations do exist, 63 days to comply, $50 per day until brought into compliance on each violation.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 7, Inspector Boverick Xantis, case number CE 2011-0220, case address 1709 Northwest 14th Street, owner Patrick Wells. Property posted 3/6/2020, posted at City Hall 311. I'm sorry. Property posted 3/6/2021, posted at City Hall 3/11/2021.
Morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Executive on behalf of the City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2011-0220, property address 1709 Northwest 14th Street. This property was first inspected on November 6, 2020, and the following violation were discovered. Violation 9-305A is complied. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in any well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swell. Violation 9-280H1, the chain link fence at this property is in disrepair. The fence has fallen and missing parts and is not being maintained as required. Violation 9-308B, the roof is stained and dirty. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not maintained. Structural part, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing and peeling paint. Violation 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and swell. A notice of hearing was posted on the property in March 6, 2021. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 24th, 2021. Revealed all violation remains as depicted in the pictures. The city is requesting a 63 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day per violation be imposed.
I find that the violations do exist, 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter on each.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 11. I'm sorry, we're recalling the case. On page 5, for Inspector Bulver-Xantis, case number CE 201200697, case address 1124 Northwest 15th Street, property posted 3321, posted at City Hall 31121.
Good morning, Your Honor. Supervisor Stephanie Bass on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale in case CE 201200697 on behalf of Bulver-Xantis for their property located at 1124 Northwest 15th Street. Your Honor, as previously read, Section 47-34.4.B.1 has complied. Section 24-4 has complied. Section 18.4C for the derelict vehicles on the property with no tags and expired tags complied as of 3/24/21. The property was, this is a repeat violation. The property was out of compliance for a total of 93 days, totaling an amount of $2,325 that the city is asking to be imposed.
I'm going to grant the city's request to impose a fine of $2,325.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 11, Inspector Von Malakias, case number CE 201200897, case address 408 Northwest 14th Terrace. Owner, Young Men's Christian Association of South Florida, Inc. Certified mail was given to this property on 3/15/21 and posted at City Hall on 3/11/21.
Once again, good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Malakis for the city presenting case number CE 2012-0897 for the address listed as 408 Northwest 14th Terrace. An inspection of the property on December 24, 2020, and the following violations were discovered. 9-306, exterior building walls have not been maintained, structural parts including cracks about sections of the wall. Also, there were areas of stained and or missing paint covering. 18-12A, there's overgrown trash, rubbish, and debris about the property, swale areas. 9-305B, the landscape of the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept area. There are areas of overgrowth at the front section of the building. 47-2020H, the parking facilities are not being maintained in good operating condition. There are cracks and potholes about the asphalt, top raised coat, loose and on missing areas. The surface is also faded. The marks on the surface are also faded and needs restriping. Notice was mailed out to the property owner, posted the property and photos were taken. Notice was mailed out to the property owner on property appraisers via first class mail on December 28, 2020. A re-inspection of the property on January 13th found that all the violations were still existing. A pre-hearing inspection on March 23rd, 2021 showed the remaining violations still existing as depicted in the photos. The case was scheduled for today's hearing. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or a daily fine of $50 a day for each violation until the violations are brought into compliance.
Right. I find that each violation does exist. 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter on each.
Thank you very much.
Our next case is on page 11, Captain Robert Kasowicz. There is an error in the case number, which I will read in the correct case number, which is FC 20110006 for case address 1026 Northwest 9th Avenue. Owner, Harry Marcelin. Property posted 3/3/21, posted at City Hall 3/11/21.
Good morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kasowicz, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office, here to present case number FC 20110006 for the property address at 1026 Northwest 9th Avenue. Property was cited in reference to NFPA 150.5.2.1. The hood fire suppression system has not been inspected or tagged by a state licensed company within the past 6 months. And also NFPA 150.5.6.1. The exhaust system has been found to be contaminated with deposits of grease-laden vapors. There was a language barrier with communicating with the tenants of the property over there, but I was able to get clear communications utilizing electronic translator along with a tenant from the adjacent property. They understand completely what needs to be done. However, the violations still exist. We're requesting 35 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Right, I find that each violation does exist, 35 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter on each.
On page 11, case number FC 20120001 has been complied. On page 12, case number FC 20120002 has been complied. Our next case on page 12 is Captain Robert Kasowich, case number FC 201200006. Case address 1005 South Federal Highway, owner First Church of Christ Scientist, property posted 3421, posted at City Hall 31121.
Captain Robert Sarge with Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office here to present case number FC 201-20006 for the property address of 1005 South Federal Highway. Property was cited in reference to NFPA 113.6.4.3.2.1. The fire extinguishers have not been serviced or tagged by a certified person or company within the past 12 months. They were also cited in reference to NFPA 1017.9.2.1. That violation is withdrawn. Spoke with management over at the church, and they advised they're contacting somebody probably before the end of this week. We'll have those extinguishers recertified, but we're still requesting 35 days or $100 a day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 35 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
On page 12, case number FC 20120007 has been complied. Our next case is on page 14. Inspector Will Snyder, case number CE 20120300, case address 2506 Aqua Vista Boulevard, owner Matthew Zaraga and Wayne Zaraga, property posted 21521, posted at City Hall 31121.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 201203000 for the property located at 2506 Aqua Vista Boulevard. Property was first inspected December 10th, 2020, and given 10 days to correct for the following violation. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and/or its soil. The city is requesting 10 days to correct the violation or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 10 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 17. Oh, no. Page 18. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 21010362. Case address 1408 Southwest First Street, owner Stephen Venkas, property posted 3821, posted at City Hall 31121.
Good morning, Your Honor. Address is 1408 Northwest First Street, correct?
I'm sorry, say again.
Address is 1408 Northwest First Street?
Southwest First Street?
Southwest, yes, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And that case has been complied.
Our next case is on page 19. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 20120907, case address 1281 South Ocean Drive, owner Robert and Sonia Cram, property posted 21721, posted at City Hall 31121.
Address is 1281 South Ocean.
Mhm.
Case has been complied.
On page 19, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 20120936, case address 601 North Rio Vista Boulevard, owner South Bank Apartments LLC. Personal service was given to this property on 3/8/21 and posted at City Hall on 3/11/21.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 2012 0936 for the property located at 601 North Rio Vista Boulevard. Inspection of the property was performed on December 28th of 2020 and cited for the following violations. 47-22.9, there is an unpermitted signage at this property. Violation was issued. A courtesy notice was issued to the property and mailed to the property owner listed as on BCPA via first class mail on December 28th of 2020, allowing 14 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner. And, has been explained how to come into compliance. Final notice mailed to the property owner in January 13 of 2021. Pre-hearing inspection was done on March 22nd of 2021, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation has not been brought into compliance. As of yesterday, sir, at 6:36 in the afternoon, the property owner mailed officer regarding the compliance. I have not been able to do a visual inspection this morning, but we're going to request 7 days to come into compliance or a fine of $100 for the violation that exists.
Okay, I find the violation exists, 7 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 20. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 21010345, case address 1409 Southwest First Street. Owner Stephen L. Turner.
1409 Southwest First Street is in compliance.
Our next case on page 21. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 21010347, case address 1415 Southwest First Street, numbers 1 through 8. Owner Modest Nook LLC, property posted 3821, posted at City Hall 31121.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 21010347 for the property located at 1415 Southwest First Street. Inspection of the property was performed on January 11th and cited for the following violations. 18-12A complied. 47-20.H, the parking facility is not maintained at this property, including but not limited to ingress and egress of parking facilities, basically the swale area, the gravel swale area, or the right-of-way. 9-308A complied. Courtesy notice was posted on the property and mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on January 11th, 2021, allowing 10 days and 30 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner only once. And pre-hearing inspection was done on March 22nd of 2021. And the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the following violation has not been brought into compliance. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $100 for the violation that exists.
I find the violation does exist, 35 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I am aware that we have another case on page 21. We're retrieving the code officer. So we're just going to move forward until he comes back into the room.
Sorry, on page
21.
21. Okay.
The case at the top of the page, we're waiting on the code officer. So our next case is on page 31. I'm sorry, page 29, it looks like. On page 29, Inspector Doreen Cologne, case number CE 19031957.
Good morning. Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 1903-1957. The case address is 331 Southwest 29th Ave. This case was first opened on March 26, 2019, and came before the special magistrate on July 18th, 2019, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city, and there was 3 extensions given. The case is now in compliance. However, the fascia, soffit, and the exterior was out of compliance for a total of 292 days. The city is requesting a reduction in fines for the total amount, $2,920.
$2,920. Okay.
Thank you.
Right, granted.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 31. Case number CE 19111014, case address 700 East Dayton Circle, owner Jean Robert Parent. This case was first heard on 11/19/2020 to comply by 12/24/2020. One section complied at $50 per day, $650 accrued. One section not complied at $50 per day, $4,500 accrued. A total of $5,100 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue on the non-compliant violation.
The city's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 32. Case number CE 19031263. Case address 729 Northeast 15th Avenue. Owner Gloria and James Richardson. This case was first on 11/7/19 to comply by 12/12/19. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $7,400 accrued, and the city is requesting $310.
City's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 33. Case number CE 19031857. Case address 1465 Northwest 6th Street, owner Larry James. This case was first heard on 6/20/19 to comply by 8/8/19. There are several suspensions notated on the agenda. Two sections complied at $100 per day, $11,200 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
City's request is granted.
On page 33, case number CE 201000753, case address 4040 Gulf Ocean Drive, number 427, owner Elena Vornstova. This property was cited on 11/24/2020 to comply by 11/29/2020. One section not complied at $200 per day, $23,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
The city's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 35. For case number CE 201000894, case address 610 Northwest 11th Street, owner Helen Rankin. This property was cited on 10/26/2020 to comply by 10/31/2020. One section complied at $200 per day, $400 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
The city's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 21. Inspector Vaughn Malakias. Supervisor Stephanie Bass presenting. Case number CE 20121077 for the property located at 808 Northwest 8th Avenue. Supervisor Bass will read in the remainder of the information.
Good morning, Your Honor. Supervisor Stephanie Bass on behalf of the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 210-21077 on behalf of Inspector Vaughn Malakas. This property was first cited on December 31st, 2020. The following violations were found: 47-19.4.B.1. There is a 4-yard cubic dumpster left outside on the property after it's been picked up. The dumpster is left outside on a regular basis and not being brought back to the interior of the building. Section 9-304B, there are vehicles/trailers parked on the grass and lawn area of the property. Section 18-12A, there is trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and its swell. Section 47-20.20.H, there are potholes about the property parking lot. The parking facilities at this commercial property needs resurfacing and or restriping according to the permitted plans. Section 18-4C, there is a derelict vehicle or trailer on the swell or on the property, on the exterior of the property. Your Honor, all violations remain. For section 47-19.4.B.1, the city is requesting 21 days to comply, or a fine in the amount of $50 per day until complied. For section 9-304B, the city is requesting 10 days to comply, or a fine in the amount of $25 per day until complied. For section 18-12A, the city is requesting 10 days to comply, or a fine in the amount of $25 per day until complied. For section 47-20.20.H, the city is requesting 30 days to comply, or a fine in the amount of $50 per day until complied. For section 18-4C, the city is requesting 10 days to comply, or a fine in the amount of $25 per day until complied, Your Honor.
I find that each of the violations does exist and the city's requested relief is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Bass, would you be so kind as to read in the posting and information?
Oh, sorry, Your Honor. The property was posted. It was posted at the property on February 16th, 2021. Posted at City Hall on March 11th, 2021.
Thank you. And we will begin our introductory hearing in approximately 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, before we recess, please return to page 27, case number CE 191000003. I'm going to modify my prior ruling and waive both fees and administrative costs.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we stand in recess.
Our early reduction hearing will begin in 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience. Special Magistrate Lien Reduction Hearing for March 25th, 2021. Our first case is on page 1. Case number CE 160406444 for the property located at 325 Isla Capri, owner Penny Mac Corp. This property has a total lien value of $128,100 and city direct costs in the amount of $2,689.84. The city is requesting $32,025. Good morning, Mark. Please unmute yourself.
Good morning.
Good morning. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you.
Pardon the sunglasses. I had eye surgery on Friday and both eyes are badly bruised and didn't want to insult anybody.
No problem. Okay. We have two cases, correct? No. Okay, I'm sorry. This is 325 Isla Capri. All right. I have read the entire file requesting a lien reduction. Mr. Tenzer, anything else you would like to add?
No, Your Honor, unless you have questions, I can just emphasize what had happened. This is obviously a bank-owned property. It was foreclosed on a prior owner, George Caluso, who I have met and I have talked to about these violations. And he informed me that basically the lights that are on top of the davits were there when he bought the house over 20 years ago. The water faucet that was down by the dock was there also at that time. The added step that was put between the two adjoining docks, between the neighbor and his, the neighbor next door put a new dock on and offered to put a step there for him so there'd be no open space between the docks. So he just said, okay, not knowing that that would need a permit. And the last violation, I forget what that was for, fence. There was a fence that was blown down after the hurricane. He immediately put up the wood fence and he thought during that period there was a grace period where he did not have to get a permit. So he just reinstalled the new fence. And there was also one other violation claiming to replace the wood dock, which he didn't. Some nails popped up after the storm and he re-nailed back down the wood on the property to secure the dock. That's the information I received from the prior owner.
All right, okay. City like to add anything? Ms. Montoya? Nothing?
Thank you, Your Honor, for asking. No, sir.
All right, okay, very good. The total fine is 128,000. The applicant offered 15,000 and the city's requesting $32,025. I've looked over carefully the entire application and I'm going to grant the application to reduce the lien amount from $128,100 to $25,000 to be paid within. You have a closing set on this?
Yes, Your Honor, we've been waiting on this to be settled to close. It will happen any day as soon as we can resolve the situation. So I would say within the next 14 days, we should be able to close.
Okay, to be paid no later than 30 days, not
Yes,
paid
Your Honor.
30 days, will revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reductions.
Okay, Your Honor, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Our next case is on page 4. For case number CE 1904186, case address 716 Northwest 14th Way, owner Emmanuel Church of God in Christ. This property has a total lien value of $45,200 and city direct cost of $1,475.10. The city is requesting $4,520. Mr. Jacob, please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, sir, I have read the application for the lien reduction. In fact, I've read the entire file. And so anything else you would like to add on behalf of the church?
Good morning, sir. We bought this property in December 2019, and the property was completely in uninhabitable condition. And the previous owner was in a church management, and they couldn't do any work one by one. And we bought it from this owner to a wholesaler, and we bought it from a wholesaler. And we were trying to do everything with the proper permitting and all those things. And we started the permitting application and everything from December, ever since we bought it from. And we applied for the permits for every work. And in between, the COVID situation came up, and some of the workers got COVID, and that's the reason it was delayed, the work to be completed. And we had to incur a lot of cost on this project, and we are at a loss on this one. So I humbly request you to reduce the fine to administrative cost or something if it is possible.
Okay. All right, sir. Again, having considered all the relevant circumstances, including the total amount of the file, the offer, I'm going to grant the city's request and reduce the fine to $4,520 to be paid within 30 days sufficient?
That's the lowest you can make it, sir.
60 days sufficient?
No. I mean the total amount.
Okay, well, it's 10% of the total fine.
Okay, 30 days is good enough, sir.
Okay, 30 days. If not paid within 30 days, we'll resort to the original amount and revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reduction.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 1. For case number CE 150407774, case address 208 Southwest 2nd Street, owner Oliva LLC and AIR Enterprises LLC. This property has a total lien amount of $4,050 and city direct cost of $1,084. The city is requesting $1,004.84.
The other $4 come. Okay.
Good morning, Camilla. Please raise your right hand.
Hi.
Hi, do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, I have read your application for reduction. Anything else you'd like to tell me?
No, sir. We are the property owners of 208 Southwest 2nd Street. We are closing on a sale of the property in approximately 2 weeks. We're setting the date. We simply didn't obtain notice at the right time. And then once we did, we notified the city as fast as we could. But all of the information is already in the file that you have.
Okay, thank you. And I've reviewed that and I'm going to grant your request to reduce the amount of the lien to $1,000.84. You got 30 days should be sufficient.
Yes, sir.
Not paid within 30 days will revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reduction.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 5. For case number CE 190308828, case address 1022 Southwest Second Court, owner Tropical View Apartments LLC. This property has a total lien value of $6,600 and city direct cost of $843.28. The city is requesting $3,300.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Donna. Please raise your right hand. You swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
My phone dropped the call, so we are on CE 1905269. Hello?
I'm sorry. Wrong.
Yeah.
For the wrong case. My apologies. On page 5, case number CE 1905269.
Okay.
For case address 825 Northwest 19th Avenue, owner 6J LLC Holdings of RJ Seeds LLC. This property has a total lien value of $11,200 and city direct cost of $860.74. And the city is requesting $2,800.
Okay, ma'am. I've read the application for reduction of the amount of the lien. Anything you'd like to add?
Your Honor, just that that the property owners were building 2 homes on vacant land, and now that the property is up, the area is more beautified, and then we're just asking that the court grant our offer of $1,120, which was is 10% of the outstanding lien amount.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, ma'am. Thank you for your help and your good application. I am going to grant the request to reduce the amount of the lien to $2,800 to be payable within 30 days. Is that sufficient?
Can you give it 60, because because sometimes there's delays in closing, if you don't mind.
60 days. If not paid within that time, will revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reduction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Are they going to email me a copy of that order?
You'll get it in the mail.
In the mail. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 6 for case number CE 130608859, case address 1741 Northwest 7th Avenue. Owners James and Amy Wood. This property had a total lien value of $94,700 and city direct cost of $2,499.28. The city is requesting $4,735. Good morning, Diana and James. Would you please
Morning.
kindness to raise your right hands?
Me too.
Yes. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right. I have read the application for reduction. Anything you would like to add? Sir or ma'am? Yeah, we're on your case, Mr. Wood. I'm not sure. who
Okay.
he is.
Well, Your Honor, this was a pretty low point in my life when this whole thing happened. And I had received word from the representatives of the bank that they were going to come into code with this violation. They never did. I'd just like to request, I'd like to get it cleared up. I'd like it to request that it be lowered as much as possible. I still don't have that kind of money. I never did. But so I don't have anything else to say.
Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I want to say something. The reason why I'm here is on behalf of my parents. They are the currently owners of the property, and then just last week we got this letter. My parents bought these. They're living in California. They bought this property because they're planning to move in, and then we have no idea about all of this. The reason why we're not hiring an attorney is because we cannot afford it right now, and then we just completely lost. We purchased the house on January 3rd, 2020, and then when we bought the house, when my parents bought the house, the title was clean. That's what the title company said, and that's the reason why we purchased the house. So they got this letter in their house in California last week, and that is the reason why I'm here. But
Ms. Leon?
Yes.
Hi. So Mr. Wood is here on behalf of the property as the lien was in his name prior to the bankruptcy. So that's why Mr. Wood is here.
Okay, so my parents, so what is the reason why my parents got this letter?
Because what happens is that we send the letter to the property owner on BCPA, and staff followed that because that's what they are to do based upon the state statutes. However, we've been in direct communication with Mr. Wood regarding the property because, well, I'm sorry, regarding the lien, because the lien is in his name.
Okay, so it's nothing about the house, so I can leave and my parents are completely.
Yes, you're
fine. Okay, thank you so much. I apologize. We're just trying to do a report.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Thanks.
All right.
All right. As to case number CE 13060859, I'm going to grant the petition to reduce the lien amount to $3,000, be payable within 30 days. Is that sufficient? Mr. Wood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, paid within.
Thank you very much.
If not paid within 30 days, it will revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reduction.
It'll be done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 5. Case number CE 19030828, case address 1022 Southwest Second Court, owner Tropical View Apartments LLC. This property has a total lien value of $6,600 and city direct cost of $843.28, and the city is requesting $3,300. Ben, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Yes, hi guys, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand.
Yeah,
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
absolutely, yes.
All right, sir, I've read your application for reduction, and this is your opportunity to tell me anything else you want me to know.
No, I really just want what we wrote down there. We had some issues, you know, we have a lot of property in the city of Fort Lauderdale. We always work with the city, trying to do the best to enhance and keep all our properties up to par. Just kind of slipped away with an employee that, you know, messed us up a little bit. And we're just asking for some consideration and a reduction.
Very good. I'm going to grant the application for reduction of the lien and reduce the amount to $3,300 to be paid within 30 days. Not paid within 30 days will revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reduction.
Of course.
30 days sufficient, sir?
Absolutely.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next case is on page 6. For case number CE 18060717, case address 2183 Northeast 59th Court. Owner Michael Duncan and Pia Romanelli. This property has a total lien value of $4,500 and city direct cost of $520. And the city is requesting $2,250. Good afternoon, Ms. Duncan. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, sir. I've reviewed the entire file and your application for a reduction. This is your opportunity to tell me anything else you'd like me to know.
Yes, Your Honor. So we had a real estate agent when this occurred that I ran into her on a long-term basis. When I received the notice, she was going to handle the lien reduction, and it never happened. So when I sold the property in January, I found out that the lien was still there. I had no idea. I thought I was taken care of. And so, you know, last year it's been a rough year because of COVID. So I'm just asking for whatever you can do for me.
All right, sir. I'm going to grant your application for reduction, and I'm going to reduce the amount of the lien to $2,000 and to be payable within 30 days. If not paid within 30 days, will be revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reduction.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
That'll work. Thank you.
Okay. Our next case says on page 2. Case number CE 19050992, case address 403 Southwest 17th Street, owner Boca Island LLC. This property has a total lien value of $15,500 and city direct cost of $1,030.54. And the city is requesting $7,750. Additionally, on page 2 is case number CE 19050993 for case address 407 Southwest 17th Street, owner Boca Island LLC. This property has a total lien value of $15,500 and city direct cost of $1,162.72. And the city is requesting $7,750.
I know there are other cases for this owner, but let's take these two.
Yes, they're coming into the hearing room now. Good afternoon, Anna. Can you please unmute yourself and start your video?
Yeah.
Hi, there is another respondent for this case, Tuindu. She's in the hearing room, but it seems she may be having connection issues.
I believe he's there trying to get in. 1 second, please.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you both please raise your right hands?
We have one more person in our case.
That person's
It's Lou.
Lou?
Yes, he's trying to get in. I think he was talking to you a little earlier. He's right there waiting. Right there. That is the tenant.
Okay, so can everyone please unmute themselves? And raise your right hands, please. Do you all swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Yes. You have 4 cases. We're taking the first 2 on page 2. I've read the extensive files on each of these. So if anyone who's going to speak or everyone wants to speak, go, it's your turn.
Mr. Tuyen, you're seeming to have internet connectivity issues.
Start, you're the owner of Boca Island, like a couple of points. Yes.
So you're sounding very distorted. You seem to be having connectivity issues. If you can, please call in via telephone. If you go down to the bottom left side of your screen, there's an arrow next to your mute button, and you click the switch to phone audio option. That way you could call in.
Okay.
You hear anything? Understand?
Can you hear me now?
No, sir, you're still coming through very distorted.
Anna and Lou, is it okay to continue or would you like us to record?
Okay, I would.
Oh, would you like us to?
Okay. Let me see.
Lou, Anna, can one of you please call?
I'm currently.
Kick him out then.
Lou and Anna, can one of you all please call him and maybe put him on speakerphone so that we can continue the hearing?
Yeah, 1 second.
So Anna, we're going to recall this case and give him time to get his issues, his connectivity issues corrected.
If you guys could please advise him to use the call-in feature, that way he can use his cell phone.
I'm trying to tell him to call in instead.
Okay, thank you.
I'm okay to speak if you guys like me to speak or wait for him. It's up to you.
I'm sorry, Lou, can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, if you'd like me to present my case to you, I can, or if you want to wait for the gentleman to come back on the phone.
Well, it's your case to be heard, and Anna requested that he be brought into the room, which is why we brought him into the room.
Okay, just yeah.
Are you the owner, Lou?
No.
No.
No, the owner is the person that is trying to connect.
Okay, we're gonna recall this case. Katrina, can you move forward to the next case?
Hi, can
I think he's trying now.
Okay, we're going to recall the case. Our next case is going to be on page 3. We have two cases. Case number CE 16081912. Case address 500 Riviera Drive, owner 500 Riviera LLC. This property has a total lien amount of $56,000 and city direct cost of $761.48. The city is requesting $28,000. Additionally, on page 3, we have case number CE 171000521 for case address 500 Riviera Drive, owner 500 Riviera LLC. This case has a total lien amount of $107,900 and city direct cost of $1,548.34. And the city is requesting $26,975. Good afternoon, Lauren. Can you please unmute yourself and start your video, please?
How are you guys? Actually, it's going to be Courtney Crush, as I'm just the law clerk for the firm. Courtney Crush will be presenting for the firm.
Is she presently online with us? Because we don't have her in the room, which is why we called you in.
Got it. Actually, she's been watching the hearing, so I know she's on. Maybe she's on a laptop that's not visible. So let me.
No worries. We will recall your case as well.
Thank you. Sorry, my apologies.
Okay, so we're recalling the case on page 2. The case is on page 2, rather. And that would be Anna, Lou, and Twin.
Sir, if you could please press *6 to unmute your telephone, *6 to unmute.
Hello, I'm Twindell. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you now. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you. Apologize for the technical difficulties. I'm in Houston for my father's passing, so I'm not in a great place where things are connected well. In terms of, if I may, I request first for the city's direct costs or administrative fees, because Boca Island, as well as the tenant Lou McGlacius, who's on this call, we've done everything we can to comply. We're both a minority-owned business. If you look at the record, Boca Island has been in operations since 2010, and there are never any compliance issues. We have a team of 4 people: Anna, Angie, James, and Josh. We've worked very hard. In fact, we have 100% renewal from tenants, except for whenever they relocate. But we don't just meet the standard; we exceed the standard. In this case, the situation was that the tenant, when we rented out to the tenant, we've actually did due diligence on the tenant, and we've learned that the tenant is doing wonderful work with people who want to become better citizens. Being an immigrant myself, and the team, we worked with the tenant. We got them involved, and we understand that they got all the proper licenses. And when we were notified of any of the non-compliance, we diligently follow up with the tenant, and the tenant has shown us that they have paid a number of fees, as well as hired experts, consultants, and lawyers to help them overcome and properly registered with the city. And as you can see from the information, the tenant has paid almost $3,000 in fees and $5,000 in terms of legal fees. As you can see, we've also attended meetings with the tenant in the appeal, and the tenant at that time had received an extension to get in compliance. Once it was determined that the tenant cannot meet the required documents to register, that's when we've asked the tenant to move and or be evicted. The tenant did so. We've incurred a substantial amount of costs, to repair the and work on the units. In this case, it was never the intention or a lack of attention from Boca Island to comply. We follow up very diligently, and we have proof to show that. And the few emails are just representative. That's we tend to do a lot of communications through the phone directly, and the tenant, from what we know, have also very diligently tried to overcome and meet the requirements as required by FAR, and in fact had hired 2 consultants and 1 lawyer. So in both cases, I think we've in good faith have done everything we could, and not one of those situations where we've neglected the request from the city, because it is important for us to be a good citizen of the city of Broward.
Anyone else want to speak?
Yes, I would like to say, my name is Ana Kufia, and I work directly with the Boca Island and the tenants to comply with everything in the city. And I would like to assure you that we have done everything possible to maintain all these properties up to the best standard, and to make every tenant very happy to live in Fort Lauderdale. I work directly with the tenant to require that he follow up with the city, that he comply with all the requirements and all the processes. And I know that he did. He kept on sending us proof that he paid, that he filed paperwork, until the last minute when we said, okay, the city is not giving him any more extensions. While the city was giving him extensions, we were working with him. The moment that we knew the city wasn't giving him any more extensions, we required for him to move out. But remember that a lot of people were affected by this move out, vacating. So he did everything possible to move out as soon as possible. It took him a while to be able to move all these people out, but he did, and the places were vacated. The places are beautifully. They have been redone, the landscaping. Every property of Boca Island, I have to tell you that it's one of the best properties. One of the best properties in this area are the ones being kept by Boca Island. And the tenant may want to talk, but I just want to assure your honor that we actually did everything possible to have all this registration. This registration was something new required by the city. We weren't even aware of that until we saw the paperwork and we follow up for the tenants to do. Many times we were told there's nothing the landlord can do. Everything is in the hands of the tenants to do the proper paperwork. All we could do is depend on the tenant to do it, but require for him to do it. And that's what we did.
All right, sir, did you want to speak?
Yeah, quickly, when we first got notification from the city, we went literally the day after.
Tell me where you fit in here.
So I'm just the owner of not the property of the business that we had with Boca Island and their properties. And we had a notification from the inspector that we had to register these homes with the city. So the following day, we went down to the city with a check to pay, and we got turned away, basically telling us that we first had to register with FAR before we can register with the city, or not register with FAR, but obtain certification from FAR before we register with the city. I mean, we still have like the check that we went out. We have a letter from them. We got power of attorney. from the landlord and Anna to register with the city, because that's what the initial letter from the city was, or violation that was put on the door. So we went down to the city. They told us that no, you have to be FAR certified prior, and then you can register with the city. So we started that process with FAR, which is a lengthy process. We hired 2 consultants that within the first consultant was about probably 4.5 months by paying this gentleman, and then disappeared. We had to start over the process again, hire somebody else to do this. Same thing happened. It was like 4.5, 5 months, disappeared. Then finally we hired somebody else and they started the process. And the last, and obviously COVID hit, they closed all their offices to where they can do, where classes were held, where certifications were held. So they were on pause for a long time. And we got in touch with FAR. And in the last magistrate, when they were doing the extension, I had spoke to Reggie and over the phone and explained to him, like, I had FAR on the phone as well. And I said, how can we get one more extension? Because FAR's basically telling me that they need another 60 days to get us the certification. They told us they'll do the, to give us the extension. And during that meeting, they changed it and said no extension. And then when I called Reggie after that, he had told me, oh, they changed it to give no extension. We were under the impression going into that last meeting that we had another extension. I showed the messages from FAR, basically saying that this was the process, that it was, we were everything. It cost us thousands of dollars alone just with FAR. Forget about the attorneys and the consultants. We spent thousands with them to get registered with them, get certified with them. And then it was a process, took us forever. And then with COVID, it was even worse because you have to do these classes, and these classes are not available online. So everything kind of got pushed back. And we are finally now certified, but we gave up the homes obviously because the landlord, we didn't want them to incur any fines, and we were just, this is not really a profitable thing. This is a business that we have to help people that are struggling. I employed them in my other businesses, and we just try to help them. We kept the properties in good shape, and we tried our best. And unfortunately, in that industry, people are unreliable, and we've obviously experienced that. And we work directly with FAR, the chairman, the board, everything to really help us. I begged them to do as fast as they possibly can. They assured us they're doing the best they possibly can. One of the names is Whitney and Teddy, and these are like, they sit on the board with FAR. And we were constant communication, email, and literally I was saying anything I can do, and they told me really nothing we can do. They said they always get extensions from the city because the city, the time frames are not enough for them, and especially during COVID, everything got shut down for so long, and even because their classes are in person for these certain certifications, they weren't doing them. So everything just got pushed back, and we finally were able to secure the certification. We begged them and plead with them, whatever we could possibly do to get the certification for Fort Lauderdale. And we got it, but now we have, like I said, the houses were given back. We displaced all these people to other centers that are around Fort Lauderdale, wherever they are, Hollywood. And we did as fast as possible and tried to comply with also the inspector and I forget the gentleman's name, but he came out and we spoke with him, and we really did the best we really could. And again, this is not something that we become rich on. It's more of helping people. And so we incurred a lot of costs too, between just moving people around, all well over $10,000 between the 3 consultants, the lawyers' fees, and with FAR, and it was just there's a huge expense. And at the end of the day, we vacated the properties because then they told us after the fact that the properties were too close together, and then we had to also do a conditional approval. And then we were told that the measurements, first they were okay because they were within a certain feet, but they don't do the measurements on the street. They just drop a pin from the satellite. So it's not really street distance, it's just satellite distance. And so at the end of the day, it was a lot of back and forth and emails and trying to do the best we possibly can to obviously not incur these fines, because we got just destroyed between the COVID and all these other things that, and again, this is something we just do to help these people, kind of better themselves.
If I can say so, as Your Honor, Oak Island has maintained about 15 to 18 properties in the in the area of Tarpon River and Cosan Park, spending a lot of money to provide housing to beautiful families and people like Lourdes trying to help. And they have spent a lot. We have spent a lot of money maintaining them beautifully. And after these 4 properties were vacated from this tenant, Boca Island lost a lot of money, a lot of income, from all the time that he was trying to relocate all these people. He couldn't pay the rent. So, but Boca Island incurred in a lot of loss throughout all this process. We did everything we could to help the tenants, but at one point, we incurred the loss of having him move out. Just want to make sure you understand that we have done everything possible.
Ms. Montoya, you have any thoughts on this matter?
Well, Your Honor, I mean, I would just say that understanding that some of the processes that are outside of the city's control that Your Honor sees for many types of issues is certainly the case. But, you know, at the end of the day, if the corporate entity owns, you know, multiple properties in the city, I would suggest to Your Honor, again, it's not a, you know, an individual who jumped in, who's, you know, unfamiliar with processes and issues. If this is a sophisticated corporate landowner, you know, probably the more prudent action would have been to go through the process before opening a community residence and get those certifications and then the city registration before operating. Like I said, to me, it's a little bit of a different posture when you're talking about a corporate owner as opposed to an individual who sometimes, you know, jumps in and doesn't really know what's involved. And really all I can think to add.
We
unless
are
Your Honor has some
individual.
questions.
I am an individual. I obviously lease the property, and the terms have changed. You know, down the street, there's a sober living that has, you know, they're all attached together and they're grandfathered in. You know, we were never really notified of, and then the laws have changed going forward. And if you started before a certain date, you could do it. After a certain date, you didn't have to do it. And so we really learned the process. We did this as to help people. Again, this is not, we don't own the properties, we just lease them. And we just tried to help people. It was nothing that we intentionally did, obviously showing that we try to do whatever we can. We had letters from FAR. This was an original letter that we had was register with the city. That was our original fine, or the notice in the door. As soon as we got that notice, we went down to the city with a check, with paperwork and power of attorney. And then we were told we need to be FAR certified before we can register with the city. And then we began that
Correct,
process.
because sir, you've said that now twice, and that is a condition precedent for registering with the city.
Okay. That's what I did.
Okay. As to KCE 1905099992, I'm going to grant the petition to reduce the lien amount to $2,000 payable within 60 days. Not paid within 60 days will revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reductions. Is to CE 1905099993. I'm also going to grant the petition and reduce the fine, the lien amount to $2,000 payable within 60 days, not paid within 60 days will revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reduction.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case
We have
is
the cases
yes.
on pages 3 and 4.
Yes. For case number CE 19042231, case address 604 Southwest 16th Street, 16th Court, owner Boca Island LLC in care of Tuan Du. This property has a total lien amount of $19,800 and city direct cost of $1,346.24. And the city is requesting $5,940. On page 4 is case number CE 19042232, case address 606 Southwest 16th Court, owner Boca Island LLC. This property has a total lien value of $17,600 and city direct cost of $1,397.58. And the city is requesting $5,280.
Okay. Is there anything new about the issues relating to these properties?
They're all the same, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. As to case number CE 19042231, I'm going to grant the petition to reduce the amount of the lien to $2,000 to be payable within 60 days. Not paid within 60 days will revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reduction. CE 19042232. I'm going to grant the petition, reduce the lien amount to $2,000, payable within 60 days, not payable within 60 days, will revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 2.
Rhonda.
For case number CE 1808049, case address 500 Northeast 17th Way, owners Kim Phillips and Randall Swears. This property has a total lien value of $40,500 and city direct cost of $500.28. The city is requesting $8,100. Good afternoon, Kim. Please unmute yourself. Hi, thank you. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes. I also have my attorney on the phone as well, or on the Zoom call.
Nicholas?
Yes.
Okay, he's coming into the room now. Good afternoon, Nicholas. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, I have read the file petition. Please let me know anything you'd like me to know.
Yeah, good morning, Your Honor. Just a couple things. I came onto this file a little late and I just was reviewing it over the last couple of days. A couple of things came to my attention and I don't know if that may sway your decision or not. But based on the stuff, the information that I received, I believe that this case should just be for city costs only. But first and foremost, that we are not working with a sophisticated corporate landowner here. We have an individual landowner, not very familiar with the process of the assessing and the notices. In my knowledge, there was no, I haven't been able to find any notice that was done, or haven't seen any notice pursuant to section 11-16. The property address was not where they currently reside. So I haven't seen a letter or any green card alleging that it was sent to the actual mailing address. That's part one. Part two is that according to the emails and everything that I reviewed, respectively, Code Compliance Officer Will Snyder sent over an affidavit of compliance on or around September 22nd, which was prior to the hearing where the fine was assessed of $40,000. The affidavit of compliance was sent back the same day on January 22nd, 2019. Since my clients, since they were not, sophisticated or familiar with this process, they figured that submitting the affidavit of compliance was sufficient, and there was no need for a further hearing. Unfortunately, there was a further hearing, which again, they really didn't have knowledge of that hearing. There's no mention of that hearing in Mr. Snyder's email. So had they known the hearing, they probably would have been to the hearing prior to the fine being assessed, and we wouldn't be here today. I know a lot of the things that I'm stating are kind of out of order because the fine has already been assessed, but again, I just recently came into this case, so I apologize for that, Your Honor. And that's really all I have to add. The property is in compliance, it was in compliance, and the affidavit was submitted. And then we defer to the court.
And unfortunately, it was a repeat violation.
Yeah, I understand that, Your Honor. I believe it was the same violation. I'm still not sure if they got notice of any of those violations because they may have been posted at the property address. I believe maybe the property was vacant at the time. Had it not been vacant, we probably would have gotten notice. But again, I haven't, and there may be notice. I just haven't seen any notice or any of that documentation.
If I may, Your Honor, Portia Williams, Co-Compliance Manager for the City of Fort Lauderdale. So two things. One thing, in 2016, when we cited the original case, all of our notices, including the one for this case from 2018, go to the property address that is on the tax record, as well as being posted at the property. So even if the vacation rental is vacant, as long as the mailing address for the vacation rental is an address where the property owner receives mail, that's where we send our notices to. The second item is specifically for this case from 2018. If we cited the property owner previously for operating a vacation rental without the proper license, even if he or she, even if Mr. and Mrs. Swears did not receive a notice of a hearing, they were fully aware that there was a registration requirement in order to operate a property within the City of Fort Lauderdale. So I just want to submit that to the record.
And just to respond to that, Your Honor, the notice requirement and the notice that was provided, the address back in 2018 was not the property address. It was actually their home address. So they still claim that they did not get any notice at their home address. If there is notice, I defer to the court. I defer to the code compliance that everything was done properly. I just have never seen it, and they have never seen it either. So maybe they were on vacation. Maybe I don't know the answer to that, but to date,
we were on vacation.
And so to date, I still don't have any of that notice. And yes, it was a repeat violation. But again, with that notice and also the notice of the hearing, had we known that the hearing was coming up, even though we submitted the affidavit of compliance to Mr. Snyder prior to, without the notice and the affidavit of compliance submitted before the hearing, I don't feel that the fine was proper at that particular time.
As to case number CE 080459, I'm going to grant the petition to reduce the petition application for reduction, and I'm going to reduce the amount to $8,100, be payable within 60 days, not paid within 60 days, will revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reduction.
Your Honor, the petition for reduction, I don't know, that's the city's statement. I think our petition.
No,
for
that's the
reduction-
property owners. The petition is submitted by the property owner council.
And
We don't submit a petition.
yeah, and I believe the reason I'm asking is because I believe the petition had a different amount on there.
Right, for clarification, the property owner's request was $4,012 and the city's request is $8,100. And so if the magistrate's order is $8,100, that is the city's request for this reduction.
All right, thank you very much.
So you're granting the petition from the city or the petition from the client, from the homeowner?
Council, there is, yeah, it's a city request. It's not a petition by the city as read initially. There's a lien amount. There's an applicant offer that is offered by the petitioner in the property owner's petition. And then the city makes a request, which was stated at the beginning of the hearing.
I understand. And your magistrate stated he was going to grant the petitioner's request. So the petitioner's request would have been $4,012.
To reduce the fine.
No, that's not what I said. I'm going to grant the petition to reduce the lien amount from $40,500 to $8,100. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next case. Our next case is on page 3. Case number CE 160819112. Case address 500 Riviera Drive, owner 500 Riviera LLC. This case has a total lien amount of $56,000 and city direct cost of $761.48. And the city is requesting $28,000. Also on the same property for case number CE 171000521. Case address 500 Riviera Drive, owner 500 Riviera LLC. This case has a total lien amount of $107,900 and city direct cost of $1,548.34. And the city is requesting $26,975. Thank you, Courtney.
She knows the drill.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Crush, I've read your entire file in your applications. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. And thank you for that. Reiterate that which is in our application. With respect to the vacation rental case, as you saw from the narrative and backup, the Aldines registered as a vacation rental. Unfortunately, when they received notice, they did it with both state agencies and county agencies, and then ultimately had to deal with inspection issues after obtaining a city business tax for vacation rental within the compliance period. So having registered with these 3 agencies, one even before they were cited by the city, it seems to me that they are, there was not a harm. They were not flaunting the notices received from the city. And therefore a further reduction than what Ms. Jordan is indicating would be appropriate. Again, they registered with the state, they went to the city, they also got a Broward County business tax. They are Swedish and live in Sweden, but their registered agent is here and they were following steps they thought was appropriate. And I believe the time to get the final inspection certificate of compliance from the city was in response to having to do things like smoke detectors, and that's when other items on the property came to their attention. So we respectfully request a reduction of the amount to something like 10% of what was being charged against it, because they were going through the appropriate steps and making sure they were in communication, not only with the city, but registering as they thought was appropriate.
Okay.
And then
to address the other.
With respect to the other case, the seawall case, this was, and Your Honor, you see from the backup, a situation that occurs on these isles in general. But the seawall water on the Aldines property occurred during king tides a couple times a year. As you saw, when they were cited, they engaged contractor 1, who was not able to observe because when these conditions exist during a king tide, it's not as if it is a frequent or even a monthly basis. The contractor, unfortunately, the first one didn't seem to want to do the work, recommended that they wait within the time frame. As you know, the city code requires one to take action within 60 days and then ultimately comply it within a year. This did end up taking them a little longer, and that was really just time to get a contractor to be able to see what needed to be done when the water was coming over, which was only, again, during these extreme king tides, and ultimately do what was not a large job. And unfortunately, it took a little bit longer, but again, Your Honor, they were engaging professionals. This was not something where there was a harm to the city, and they did ultimately comply when they were able to get someone to complete the work.
Okay. All right. Case number 16081912. I'm going to grant the petition to reduce the total lien amount to $5,600, payable within their out of the country is 60 days. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
60 days, not paid within 60 days, will revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reduction. Okay, to case number CE 171000521. I'm going to grant the petition to reduce the total lien amount to $10,000, also payable within 60 days, not paid within that time, revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reduction.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Have a good day, Courtney. Our last cases are on page 6 and 7. Case number CE 160800864, case address 2313 Northwest 6th Court. Owner Alicia McLeod. This case has a total lien amount of $2,050 and city direct cost of $1,002.46, and the city is requesting $1,100. On page 7 is case number CE-1912086, case address 2313 Northwest 16th Court, owner Claudia Valentina Estate. This case has a total lien value of $4,200 and city direct cost of $969.84, and the city is requesting $1,000. Ms. McLeod, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Could you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello, yes.
I have read the file and read the petitions for reduction on each. Anything else you'd like to tell me?
That I'm just disabled and I'm on a fixed income. I've been trying to do my best because the property was in my grandmother's name for a long time, and I just got it in my name, and other family members had been living in that property, and that's why I had gotten so bad. So now that the house is empty, I've been trying to comply with whatever the city need me to comply with in order for me to get the house ready to move in, that I can move in.
All right. Okay, ma'am. It's to CE 160800864. I'm going to grant your petition to reduce the lien amount to $1,100, payable within 60 days. That's sufficient?
I might need a little bit more time because of my income situation, because $1,100, that's a lot of money, and my check is only $781.
Let's
John,
do it.
maybe I could suggest like 6 months.
Okay, all right, we'll do 6 months.
Okay, for the first one for $1,100.
Yes. Now, if not paid within 6 months, will revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reduction. Okay, it's the case.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have one more. CE 19120186. I'm going to grant your petition for reduction and impose the lien of $1,000, also payable within 6 months, not paid within 6 months, revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reduction.
Okay, so the whole thing is 2,100.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what did I send? A payment of $175 and a payment of $25. What was that for?
Those are the application fees for the reduction.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So 2,100 within 6 months.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Stand adjourned.
Not yet, sir. We have a gentleman that's in the room. His case has already been heard for the second time. We're going to allow him in the room so just so that I can make him aware of the ruling again for the second time. Good afternoon, Mr. Mathis.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mathis. This is Katrina Jordan, the Special Magistrate Clerk of the Court. I spoke with you. I'm sorry, I sent you an email regarding today's hearing. We spoke regarding the last hearing where you were in the waiting room, but did not unmute yourself or raise your hand when your case was called. Today, when you came into the waiting room, we brought you into the hearing early so that we can talk with you, and we called you several times and received no answer, and then you left the hearing. While you were gone from the hearing, your case was heard for the second time, and the special magistrate imposed the same fine as the first time, which was $2,920 from the $29,100 that had accrued.
So it's still at 2,900. Is there any way that I can be heard right now, or is my time expired?
The special magistrate is still present. It's on the page 29, special magistrate. We vacated the order from February 25th, 2021, which was also imposed at $2,920. And to rehear the case, when I sent Mr. Mathis an email, I explained to him how the hearing would be and what he needs to do to ensure to be heard, and that if he was to have any difficulties, he was to contact me directly.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hi, can you?
Go ahead.
Yeah, here's the situation with the property at 331 Southwest 29th Avenue. Yes, ma'am, I'm in court, please. I'll be right with you. When the notice first started appearing back in 2019, it was going to my sisters. I think you, if you read the file, you are aware of her being deceased in late 2019, which I started getting involved, and there was some necessary improvements done. And from my understanding, there was a couple of notices that also showed up at the property where it was adding more to what needed to be done by the city, which prolonged the actual repairs. I received another notice, and that
Sir, I'm going to interrupt you a second. This is a case I've already heard twice, correct?
Yes, Your Majesty.
I'm just not really inclined to revisit it again a third time.
I understand. Well, here's the thing with the $2,900. If I really actually am forced to pay that, I cannot get that paid in a timely manner in under 60 or 30 days. And if I can really actually have a 6-month period to get that done, I know for a fact I can get that done in 6 months. But I am in no position to get it done in 60 or 30 days.
Mr. Mathis, the city does offer a payment plan option. So if the special magistrate does continue to leave the fine as imposed, the $2,920, I will contact you later on this afternoon to explain to you how you can enter into a payment plan with the city for your fines.
Okay, and will that be special, a special payment plan, or would it show up with a water bill, or how that would be?
It will be paid directly to the Department of Sustainable Development at the city of Fort Lauderdale.
I'm sure they'll work with you on it.
Yeah, we can discuss it offline. I will give you a call this afternoon.
Okay, and all right, I'm working, and I'm basically I'm driving a truck.
Tell the lady about it. Okay.
Not a problem. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
This concludes our special magistrate hearing for March 25th, 2021.